Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. I see we've already got Jay, Jim, David. Elijah was earlier telling us that we should start by looking at row 7, column 4, which does have a circle. So I think Elijah was correct that row 7, column 4 was going to be interesting. Acid Helm is here as well. Andrew Sarkis. Believe it or not, by the way, if you're looking at this grid, this is not an Andrew Sarkis puzzle, even though this has just the grid. Like, I would have bet money looking at this grid that this was an Andrew Sarkis puzzle, but it is not. Let's see, we've got more crabs. We've got Thomas. Excited to have you all. Math Pesto's here. Let's see, Ambrose is here, and lots of folks already. Very exciting. So today we're going to start off with this puzzle by Nordy, which we'll read the rules to in a moment. People who contribute to the stream either through YouTube or through Patreon, at a certain level, they get to vote. They get to see the puzzles that I intend to eventually do, possibly, and they get to vote on whatever their favorite one is. This is currently the one that leads, so as always, I'm going to open with the most voted on puzzle. If you would like to be able to vote on what puzzle I do next time, you can go ahead and click the join button down below, or you can go to patreon.com/zetamath. Either of those works fine. But good to see you all. Oh, hey, Nordy. Great to see everyone here. And if you could remember, please like the stream. That always really helps. So greatly appreciated through that. Yes, that's right. Tristan points out, actually, if you contribute at the highest level, the fancy turbine level, then you can actually suggest puzzles for the bucket. So you can actually directly request puzzles, which is, I know, something people often wish to be able to do. So Nordy is at the turbine level. Thank you, Nordy, very much. So Nordy recommended this, and then immediately it became the thing everyone voted for. So excellently done all around to Nordy. I am looking forward to the puzzle. And as part of my slight exploration of streaming other stuff lately, I streamed the start of the game The Outer Wilds on Thursday. So if you missed that, you can see me being very, very terrible at trying to pilot this spaceship, and eventually deciding that the correct strategy is to just aim it at a planet and crash it into it. So if you want to go back and watch that, I think it was a lot of fun. A number of people in chat suggested that, hey, I could do this with Tristan. And Tristan and I looked at each other and like, sure, why not? So we're going to continue this on Monday. And Tristan and I are actually going to sit side by side, I think. We're going to figure out some capacity to make that work. And we're going to play the game together and continue exploring the universe and figuring out the various mysteries of the universe of the game. So if you want to join us for that, by all means, please do. And we'll be back to Sudoku content on Wednesday. So no fear that I'm going to change the overall genre of the stream or anything. I'm just sort of playing around it. I'm on summer vacation because I'm a professor, so it's a good time to do this. Also, you can see that I'm not very good at video games. That is one other takeaway that you will. Yeah, 1,000 Ways to Die, yes, is a better name for the game Outer Wilds. Alrighty, I think that is all my announcements that I have to make. So let's read the rules to Nordy's puzzle. So this is a chaos construction, first of all. So what does that mean? So that means we do have to place the digits 1 through 9 in every row and column, like in a normal Sudoku puzzle. But also there are regions that have 9 cells in the grid. Like this could be one. No, it couldn't. That was a lie. Like that could be one. And if this is a region, it also needs to contain the digits 1 through 9. But the twist is, and this is what makes it a chaos construction, the twist is we're not told what the regions are. And so you'll see people tend to call puzzles where you have to discover the regions chaos constructions. You'll often see, by the way, you'll see puzzles like this. I will spoil that later. We're going to do this puzzle by Jovial, where this is like a Sudoku, except there are regions that are given to you, but they're not the usual 3x3. So in this puzzle, we'll have to place the digits 1 through 9 into the grid in every row, column, and one of these regions. Here, it's like that, but we also have to figure out what the regions are. So extra fun all around. By the way, they're called chaos constructions just because the first time Fistamafel posted a puzzle where you had to discover the regions, I believe he called it chaos construction number 1. And so the name has stuck. Okay, so next up, we have square king sums. So digits in cells with squares are the sum of all digits that share its region and are a king's move away. So I guess I should draw in a random region again. Something like that. That's not the right number of cells. Something like that. And if this was our region, then this square would contain the sum of all of the purple cells in the 8 surrounding cells. That is what I gather. So if this purple region were exactly as it currently is, this purple cell would be the sum of these 2 cells. Hey, Naverio, how are you? Have you done this puzzle yet, Naverio? I know Naverio does a disgusting number of puzzles, so I generally assume that any puzzle I'm doing, Naverio has done already, but occasionally we manage to find one that's not. Oh, that's right. This is finals week for you, isn't it, Naverio? Or hopefully finals are going well. Okay, so that's how that works. And circles work exactly the same way, except instead of king's move, it's knight's move. So let's draw in some region here for this. Let's do that. We'll say that's too many. Not that. The regions do have to be connected, by the way. I can't just like make a region that is like those cells or something. That is not allowed. So if this were the region, I would be looking at all the cells. For example, for this one, I would be looking at all the cells that are a knight's move away. And a knight's move is any of the cells that you can get to by going 2 in one orthogonal direction and 1 in the other. So that would be a knight's move away. This is a knight's move away, but it doesn't count because it's not in the same region. This is a knight's move away and is in the same region. And then the other knight's move cells would be that one and that one, and that one and that one, and that one and that one. But none of these 6 count because they're not in the same hypothetical region. So it's just the sum of those. Alrighty. I will make one point strategically before we get started, which is that the thing I've done is impossible. And this is a very common tactic in chaos constructions. This is definitely not the region. We can't do this by process of elimination, but this is definitely not the region. And the reason why is this cell only sees that cell by knight's move. And so if this were the region, this circle would contain the sum of this one cell. But that's definitely nonsense, because the sum of this one cell is the same digit. So for example, if this was a 4, if this was a 4, this would contain a 4, except as it's telling me, you can't have 2 4s in the same region. It's not actually what it's telling me. It's actually telling me it doesn't know how to conflict check for this, so I need to turn the conflict checker off. But we can see it's a problem. Okay, so we can't do that. Alrighty. So that's the rules of Nordy's puzzle. So let's get started. So often it's good to start at the corner. So this square is in some region. And so by what I just argued, at least 2 of these 3 cells need to be in the purple region. Hey, Playmaker, how are you doing? Now, I don't know which 2 of 3, but at least 2 of 3 need to be in the purple region. The same is true down here. If I made this square purple instead, I would need to get at least 2 of these 3 into the purple region. That doesn't seem all that restrictive. Okay, I think I should look at the knight's move ones. What are the cells that are knight's move from here? They are there, there, and there. So 2 of these 3 cells So if I make this green, then what we're saying is, again, because of the fact that I need to have the sum, 2 of the 3 cells I've marked, not that one, 2 of these 3 cells need to be green. And then, of course, I have a similar pattern for this one. Make that yellow, where these are the yellow-gray cells. So at least 3 of these need to be yellow. Sorry, at least 2 of these need to be yellow. Of course, keep in mind, I don't know that yellow is not green. This kind of feels like a whole lot of nothing so far, but it's something to keep in mind. We need to make sure every cell, every circle needs to see at least 2 cells within its region by knight's move. Every square needs to see at least 2 cells within its region by king's move. Let's see. See, Jim says this has to be pretty large. I guess it is sort of a sum of sums, because each cell it sees is itself a sum of 2 things, because I don't know which 2 of these it is. Hey, Josh, how are you? Josh has been diligently working on building us a lovely supply storage on the Satisfactory server. So if you are a supporter of the channel and you want in on the Satisfactory server and you want to see Josh's architectural work, that is a good place to do it. Okay, so the point is all 3 of these cells, I don't know which of them, again, is purple, but at least 2 of these 3 are purple. And each of these needs to itself see at least 2 cells that it's summing. And so each of these digits needs to be at least 3. But now I'm summing 2 digits that are at least 3. So I think this digit has to be at least 7. I might need to look at how much can overlap between these, because I might be able to do the minimum better. That sounds a little bit painful, but let's try it, I think. Okay, so this cell's gonna be yellow. I want to mark the cells that this can see. Okay, so this is my start cell. The cells that yellow can see are these 3. This is my green cell. The 3 cells that this can see are these 3. This is my blue cell, and the cells that blue can see. Oh, and I know how to do this. This is very easy. I mean, it's not very easy, but I see what I'm supposed to say. These 2 cells can't possibly be the same color, can they? These 2 cells can't possibly be the same color. That's the point. Because if these 2 cells are the same color, what is that telling me? That's a gorgeous, gorgeous break-in. If these 2 cells are the same color, that's telling me this digit is summing all of the blue cells in here, and this digit is summing all of the blue cells in here. That's saying simultaneously that this digit is bigger than this digit, and this digit is bigger than this digit. So that just doesn't work. And so, in fact, the 2 cells that are blue are these 2, and this cell is explicitly not blue. Okay, that is a gorgeous little start. So, in fact, the 2 circle cells see. Yeah, so now I want to mark what the circle cells see, and I need to make sure that they don't overlap entirely. So I'm going to, for lack of a better way, I'm going to make this black and mark the cells that this sees by knight's move black, and make this gray and mark the cells that it sees by knight's move gray. So both of them see this cell, of course. I can't make all of these cells blue, because if I make all of these cells blue, I definitely isolate this. And I need to make sure that my region finishes. But I need to make sure at least one cell that's only light gray is included, and at least one cell that's only black is included. Let's see. It's not immediately clear to me what I can do with that. Okay. Eric says you have to take the overlap, and that I agree. I can prove I have to take the overlap. Because if I don't take the overlap... Actually, wait. If I don't take the overlap, I need to take everything else. So if I don't take this cell, all of this becomes blue. Because I need, again, this needs to see at least 2 cells. This needs to see at least 2 cells. So all of this becomes blue. So these would become blue. And now that's a problem because something I don't see yet. No. I'm as of yet seeing why, Oh, right. Okay, so the point is to notice this. In this setup, so if these are all blue, so that is if I don't take the overlap, these cells are all blue. This cell is the sum of these two. This cell is the sum of these two. But this cell is the sum of these two. So this cell is in fact actually the sum of these 4. But that would be at least 10, because these are all in the same region, so they're all different. So they're at least 1, 2, 3, 4, and that breaks, because I can only put a single-digit number there. So the conclusion is, this cell is definitely blue. That is very cool. And now, this cell, which remember is not blue, this cell is going to be orange, because we never start with orange. Orange needs to see 2 orange cells, but it can't see that cell. Oh no, darn it, I was going to say something wrong. Never mind. Orange could see one of these 2 cells, possibly. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be so rude about it, Directionary, but I agree. Row 2, column 2 does need to get out. But yeah, I was, but unfortunately, this does need to see at least 2 orange cells, but it could see them, see these. It could see any of those. At least 2 of these cells need to be orange, which is, a little bit annoying. Okay. I'm noticing this digit can't be 1. Is there any way this digit is a 3? Or is 3 too big? If this digit is a 3, then 3 is included in both of these sums. And so these are at least... One of these would be at least 3 plus 1. One of them would be at least 3 plus 2. I guess that would make this digit exactly 9. But it being exactly 9, unfortunately, as best I can tell, seems to work. Very regrettably. Let's see. Is there a geometric constraint? I can pencil mark 2, 3. That's true. If I did that with 4, it would not work. if this cell was a 4, it would add 4 to this circle and 4 to this circle, and then the sum would be at least 10, and 10 is too big. So, let's see. Eric says the sum has to be 8 or 9. Let me think about that for a second. So I get at least 2 plus 2 plus 1 plus 3, I guess. Yeah, 2 plus 2 plus 1 plus 3. Or 3 plus 3 plus 1 plus 2. Those are the options. So the sum itself is always 8 or 9. And these are each a minimum of 3. And a maximum of 5 in those options, right? It's possible one of them is 6. Sorry, let me double check. Yeah, I think one of them could be 6. Maybe. Okay. Can you really take row 2, column 4 being a square itself and small? Why does it have to be small? I mean, I'm thinking my region's going to end up looking something ridiculous like this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this could be a sum of 3 different digits, I think. Oh, sorry. The shape can't look like that, actually. I was thinking, but this breaks, actually. This exact thing. I just want to note and burn in my brain for later. This exact thing breaks because this puts 4 cells in the king's move of this square, and so that can't be. So this being blue would be difficult. So if this is blue, it probably has to end up looking like that almost exactly. But then that's kind of toxic because of the 1 in the column. If it's blue, it's at least 3, I agree. Oh, because this is part of the sum here. Right, okay. Okay, so this, if this is blue, this thing is summing both of these two. And so this would be at most 4. And so that doesn't work. Right, okay. So if the square is blue, let's just figure this out. So if the square is blue, this circle is the sum of these 2 cells. This is at least 2, so this could be at most 4, because this circle is at most 6. So this digit is 1, 2, 3, or 4. However, it needs to, and in so doing, it needs to be a sum of at least 2 cells. So, oh, maybe it could be so it can't be a 1 or a 2, for example. I was thinking that this 1 was going to tell me that this doesn't work, but it doesn't actually. I mean, it's obviously broken if I take this cell, but I'm trying to think of a good way to explain why it's obviously broken. Because we're veering into, like, oh, just try it territory. And I don't want to. Yeah, I can only take 1 more cell. I can only take that cell. And so I could take that cell and then have 3 and then do some other ridiculous thing. But I don't like that as an argument. I'm trying to think of this in a more holistic way. Um, uh, okay, Nordy suggests a way to think about this, which is to say, suppose this cell is blue. It's at least therefore 3. It's 3 or 4. But now, this cell is being... So, now this cell is being counted in here. It's being counted in here, and it's being counted in here. So this cell itself is being counted 3 times by here. Plus, this cell is also counting, in addition to that, it's counting at least one of each of these. Right, okay. So that doesn't work. Okay, so I can explain that. So if this cell is blue, the key thing is to say, okay, this is counting 2 cells, including this one. This is counting 2 cells, including this one. But this, in fact, is actually counting this as one of its cells. So this is being counted in there, and it's being counted separately. So this is actually getting counted 3 times. Those 3 add up to 6. But remember, we needed a black cell in there as well. That still doesn't do it. Sorry, I was off. I thought I was there, but I'm not there. The black cell could not be a 1. So 3 times this. Oh, no, because it doesn't count this. It's 3 times this plus 1 other cell. No. It's 3 times this plus another cell. And that breaks. So it's 3 times this cell plus this cell once, because this cell is included in this count, plus another cell, but that's already min 10. Okay, so that does not work. So this cell is not blue. Okay. I don't think that was... It's not as helpful as I was hoping, but it does immediately mean that this cell is blue. Which is, I think, going to prove useful. Right, this digit is... at most 4, because it's being included. This digit is the sum of these two. So this is 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. Somewhat fascinating. There's like no universe where this cell can be blue, right? I feel like I've got to be able to rule out this cell being blue, but I don't immediately see how. I know one of these two is blue, but I don't know which. This has to adjoin to 2 adjacent cells. So it always, okay, so there's a commonality there. That's a good point. Now that this cell is gone, this cell needs to see 2 cells. It has 3 it can see, but there's no way it sees this cell without seeing this cell. So this cell is also orange, for whatever that's worth. And then one of these 2 is orange. No, it could see all 3. It's seeing all 3 is fine. But my only thing I wanted was that it always sees that one in all circumstances. Andrew Sarkis is correct. If this cell is blue, it sees this cell. So this would have to be an 8, and the other blue cell this saw would have to be a 1, which is not great. Let's see. Let's see. Kurban says, but either row 1, column 2, or row 2, column 1 has to see a 1. What do you mean by cells that reference each other, Kurban? What cells do you see that are referencing each other? Because this is a square, not a circle. So these 2 cells do not reference each other. If that is what you're saying. But I think you might be seeing something other than what I am seeing. Sorry, Eric. I think I said Kurban, but I meant Eric. So Kurban says one of these 2 has to see a 1. If neither of these 2 see a 1, then they're at least 2 plus 3 plus 2 plus 4. Yeah, if neither of these sees a 1, then they have to be at least 2 plus 3 plus 2 plus 4, which is too big. So one of these does see a 1. Okay, I agree with Kuraban's point. One of these 2 needs to see a 1. And so because one of these needs to see a 1, there's no way that this cell sees a 1 if it's blue. So this cell is not blue, is the upshot of all of this. This cell, not blue. That was very elegant, Kuraban, as a way of proving that. Okay. Let's see. Garion thinks this has to be the blue one. I mean, this certainly has to connect. And I know that this cell isn't blue. So Directionary has a point that I kept looking at in my head, but I didn't believe it would work. But it definitely works. Directionary is asking, okay, so can this connect around this direction? And the minimum connection around that direction is 7 cells, like very visibly. This is not a complex geometric proof like I thought it was going to be. So blue needs to connect around this direction. So if blue doesn't take this cell, then blue's minimum connection is this, which is already too many. So blue does need to take this cell. This cell, okay, so through the magic of Directionary, this cell is blue. And likewise, this cell has to be blue, because again, if I didn't take that, then I would be obligated to do something even more ridiculous than that. And so this cell's blue as well. And we're currently at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cells. I think this can't be blue now. Because if this was blue, now this cell would need to be the sum of these 3 cells. So these would have to be 1, 2, 3. This would be a 6. But now this digit's already a 4, and so now we're way, 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 way over our bank. So that is not blue. This cell has become isolated. So this cell now can only be orange. So we have that. This circle actually is going to do it for us. This circle is the one true circle, because I need to see another cell in this region with this circle. Currently, it only sees that cell, but we are already at 8 cells, so I can look at all the cells that this cell sees by Knight's Move. And conveniently, only one of those 8 cells that this cell sees by Knight's Move can possibly be blue, namely this one. And so that finishes blue. Because remember, every one of these clues needs to see at least 2 cells. So this sees at least 2 cells, and it's that one and that one. I can get rid of the gray and black over there. So that is cool. Okay. This is presumably going to be pretty big. I don't see yet exactly how big it's... I mean, it's going to be the sum of these two. This is the sum of these two. This is the sum of these two. Oh, Garion with a slick spot. Where is 7 in blue? And so Garion gets the first digit of the puzzle with a hidden 7 in blue. Namely, because of this given 7 and because of our pencil marks, this cell is a 7, which is going to be huge. But first, we get to see Zach do his 7 dance. Woo! 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 Wah! Thank you, Zach. That was lovely. And this 7 is very helpful, because this 7 tells me that this digit is a sum of a 7 and that digit. So that digit's not 3 or 4. This digit's always an 8 or a 9. So these two are an 8-9 pair. Let's see. This digit no longer can be anywhere near this big, because this digit now is at most 5. Okay, so maybe anywhere near this big was a lie. Can no longer be super big. It can no longer be 6. It can be at most 5. This digit is that one plus that one. Can either of these be 3 anymore? Like, can this be a 3? This cannot be a 3 anymore. In fact, well, this can't be a 3 anymore, because if it was a 3, it would see a 1-2 pair here, and then this digit would be broken. So this is not a 3. I can at least do that. Okay, is there any way this sees a 1-3 pair? Maybe. Maybe. In those 2 cells. Let's see. If this saw a 1-2 pair here, it would be a 3. Can this really be a 6? If this is a 6, this digit's a 3. So if this is a 6, this is a 1-2 pair. So that would be a 2, and that would be a 4. This is getting ugly. I feel like that's a chain. If I chased it, I would get there, but I've been doing very well in this puzzle without thinking about chain, so I don't want to quite go to that yet. The only way that this can ever be an 8 is if this cell is a 5 and this cell is a 3. Is there any way I can rule out this cell is a 5 and that cell is a 3 without resulting in a complicated chain? Let's see. If row 1, column 2 is a 3, Garion says it makes row 1, column 1 a 9. Yeah, if this is a 3, then this is a 2 and a 1 and a 6. And the 6 sees the 2 and a 4. So that all works out. Let's see, okay, so I'm going to look at Navario's complicated point. If row 4, column 3 is not a 9... Oh, sorry. Row 4, column 3 is not a 9. If it were, it would make row 1, column 2 a 5. Okay, so if this is a 9, what does that look like? If this is a 9, then that's a 2 and that's a 3, which makes that a 5. And then breaks, because this can't be a 3. So yeah, so if this is a 9, okay, so yeah, so this is a smidge look-aheady, but it's not too bad. It's certainly it's the thing we've been circling around. If this cell's a 9, what does it do? It makes this cell a 2, which makes this cell a 3, which makes this cell a 5, which makes this cell have no value, because this can no longer be a 9, it's an 8, but then this would need to be a 3, and that doesn't work. So this is not a 9, it's an 8, which makes that a 1, makes this a 9. So this being a 9, does that rule anything out of here? Not immediately. Oh, okay, this can't be a 5 anymore, because now this is looking at a 1 plus a 2 or a 3, so that's not a 5. As soon as this can't be a 5, this can't be a 4 anymore. So now this cell is looking at those two. So I guess the equation we could write down is that double this cell plus 1 plus that cell is equal to 9. So, because if I just write out what these two are, those two sum to 9, but this one is double this cell, or sorry, this one is this cell plus this cell, this one is this cell plus this cell, so double this cell plus 1 plus this cell is 9. So double this cell plus this cell is 8. So double this cell, if this cell is a 2, would be 4, and I would need this cell to be a 4. Double this cell, if this cell is a 3, is 6, and I would need this to be a 2. So this cell is a 2 or a 4. And so that gets us, exactly as Navario says, a 2, 3, 4 triple, which gets us a 5, 6 pair. Maybe not an immediately useful 5, 6 pair, but a 5, 6 pair nonetheless. So yeah, I don't know that we're going to be able to completely resolve the rest of this without it's working. Let's see. Okay, so Kurbon says row 2, column 4 must be orange because of row 3, column 2. Okay, so this cell, what are the cells it potentially sees? These are the potential orange cells. Yeah, I don't know that I can see that, because I think a bunch of these really could be orange. But this is a sum of at least 2 cells. So this, therefore, is a sum of at least 3 cells, because this is a sum of whatever 2 this sees plus that one. So this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. I might as well pencil mark because of that. Row 3, column 2 does see all of 2, 3, 4. It does see 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, so this is at least a 5. This is at least a 5, and this is at least a 2. So this can't be 6. It's at least a 7. So this digit here is at least a 2. Okay, let's fill in candidates for the cell. This cell has to be at least 5 just because it sees 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8 naively. It's probably we can do better than that. But if this cell's at least a 5 and this cell is included in this sum, that means this can be at most 4, but it also can't be 1. So this is only 2, 3, 4. Oh, right. If this cell was orange, the puzzle just breaks. Because if this cell is orange, these are at least 5, and that's at least 5. That's not going to work. Excellent work by Gary in there. So this is some new region, and this square is orange, surprisingly. At least surprising to me and to Agent. So I'm going to make a new region here. We're going to make it yellow. Yellow has to come out, so yellow is going to go at least that far. It's going to go like that. We're going to do another quick look at all the cells that are a knight's move from here. Oops. And then make a highlighting error. Those. The yellow one doesn't count. So that one definitely is orange. I need one of these two to be orange. And I don't think I can possibly make this cell orange without making this cell orange. If I make this cell orange but not this cell, what I've done is I've enclosed this cell inside of orange, and now I need to fit a region inside of orange. So this cell's forced to be orange, whether this cell is orange or not, by geometry stuff. And likewise, now if I make this cell not orange, I now have to squeeze a region between orange and blue, which is not possible. So that cell's definitely orange. And now, this cell needs to see 2 cells by knight's move, and it's only got 4 options, and these 2 are orange, so those 2 are yellow. That was very cool. Yeah, what does that do to row 2, column 6? Do we think that means that that square is definitely yellow or definitely not yellow? Oh, it's definitely not yellow. Right? No. Maybe I don't. Okay. So, if this square is yellow, then it's double the circle, at least. Oh, wait. No. This square can't be yellow. If this square is yellow, then... naively, that seems okay until you realize that I have to connect it. And as soon as I connect it, so if I make this yellow, I have to connect it, which means I have to make, say, that yellow. But now, this cell is a sum of too many things, because it's double these plus that. That's too many numbers, I believe. Yeah, if I make one more thing here yellow, then these are going to be at least... double 3, 6. Maybe I don't quite. Maybe we haven't quite proven it yet, but I think the square is going to turn out not to be yellow. That is my current supposition. It'll see 4 different digits. Right. That's what I thought I had proven, and then I got confused. Okay, so screw the fact that this is a sum of other things. Just ignore that completely. When in the process of connecting it, I see these 4 digits. Yep, okay. Yeah, I said that, and then I got lost. So this is not yellow. So it is not going to connect to yellow. Can it be orange? Let's see. Orange is already at 6 cells. So if this is orange, orange looks like this. Do we know that orange cannot look like this? Yes, we do know that orange can't do that. Math Pesto has it. In this version, this square sees 4 cells, and the square can't see 4 cells because then it would sum to at least 10. So not orange, so this is a new region. Let's make it purple. Purple sounds good. So this is purple. Funnily enough, this can't be purple by the no checkerboard rule, which you might think is not a rule, but actually is a rule in chaos constructions. If this were purple, I would need to connect purple around, but then I need to connect yellow around, and that wouldn't be possible. Oh, Eric says I'm wrong. Eric says there's another option for if this is orange. Is there? It needs to see 2 orange cells, and it needs to certainly connect to orange. Can't do that. I don't think there's another orange option. So this purple is here. I'm trying to decide. So I have to be careful that purple doesn't end up splitting yellow in half, because these yellows are the same. But this cell being orange means it needs to see 2 orange cells. So the only cells, if this cell is orange, the only cells that can be orange anymore are these. That's I think the thing that is getting missed by a couple of people in chat. So if this was orange, it actually drags along with it 3 orange cells. That's what I was using. You're right, I did not articulate that well. Paper Scissors says this cell can never be orange, and I agree. If this cell was orange, now yellow needs to connect to yellow, not this direction, but around that away, and that's certainly not going to work. That is a great spot. I think the exact same thing happens if this cell is orange. If this cell is orange, now yellow has to connect to yellow around this way, but then that destroys purple. So Paper Scissors Point actually also tells us that's not going to be orange. But now I think this cell could be orange. Actually, let's look at the Knight's Move cells for this cell. They are there. Okay, so that one's obviously not orange. This one's definitely not orange. Now, orange is already 6 cells, so orange is never getting there or there or there. Orange could maybe get to one of these 2. It's tough, but I think it's possible. Nicholas has a good point, which is that this cell has to be yellow. If this cell's not yellow, then yellow needs to connect to yellow around whatever this cell is. But that means I have to fit an entire region inside of another region. And 9 by 9 conveniently is small enough that can't happen. So this is a common trick in chaos constructions that is not really a general mathematical fact, but is a specific thing to 9 by 9s, which is that a region can't enclose another region. I think that stops being true at 12 by 12, something like that. Anyway, this has to be yellow, because otherwise I'd have it yellow enclosing another region. Which is not good. Let's see. So we could look at what cells this sees by Knight's Move, and see if there are any of them that are obviously not yellow. I don't think so. Not easily, at least. Let's see. Okay, Andrew wants me to look at the values of this cell. Because of these two digits, neither of them can be 1 because of this one. And they can't be a 2-3 pair because of this cell. So this digit is at least 6. Oops. But also, in addition to being at least 6, it's also a summand of this digit. So it can't be bigger than 7, because this digit's at most 8. And now this digit's gone way up, because this being at least 6 means that this digit's at least 7. Means this cell's a 1 or a 2 always. But now this cell can't be a 7 anymore, because now it sees this 7, 8. Oh, yeah. In fact, actually, now this has to be minimum, because this square now has to be a 9 with a 2 and a 7, which makes this a 6, which makes this a 4 and a 1. So that actually, that was a very good point to pick on, Andrew. Good spot. And that 6 now sees this 5, which makes that a 4, which makes that a 2 and a 3. So, and that a 6. So blue is now completely done. So that's all well and good. So interestingly, either both of these are purple or both of these are purple, because this square needs to see 2 purples. How can row 3, column 7 see 2 yellows? Well, we highlighted this before. I'm going to take you asking this as saying I didn't do a very good job of this before. These are the options. Let's see. How many of these can yellow never get to? Yellow's already got effectively 6 cells here. No, effectively, no. Sorry, I'm missing that this is yellow. So yellow already has it's going to take 8 cells just to connect yellow here. That's the point. So just to connect yellow, I'm going to need 8 cells. So yellow only gets 1 more cell, either beyond that or beyond that. Okay, so that in mind, let's look at the cells that are a nice move from this one. They are these. Yellow now can never get here, or here, or here, or here. So one of these 2 cells needs to be yellow, because only one of these 2 can be yellow. That's another key point I need to say. These can't both be yellow, because if these were both yellow, that would make purple impossible to complete. So one of these 2 is yellow, and one of these 2 is yellow. And this one can't be yellow, because that would be these 2 sums looking at each other, and these 2 sums looking at each other would both mean they were both bigger than the other. So that's not the one that's yellow. So in fact, the ones that are yellow, or the one that's yellow is that one. And as soon as that's yellow, it forces the entire rest of yellow, which then forces lots of purple, forces some more of orange. We get to do some careful region bordering. Like that, and like that. Very nice. That was a lot of progress from looking at that. Let's see. Purple, I need to make sure sees another purple cell. See, Josh says this can't be orange. Let's see, if this were orange, it would need to be the sum of these 2 cells. This cell is at least a 3, so this would be at least 5. In fact, it would have to be 5, because it can't be 6, 7, or 8, or 9, but it can't be 5 either. Okay, wow, this is difficult to see. But if this cell was orange, what could it be? Well, it couldn't be 6, 7, 8, or 9. So if this cell is orange, it is a maximum of 5. Well, it's going to therefore be the sum of only 2 digits. But now, once I do that, well, it can't be 5, because I can't put a second 4 here. It can't be 4, because there's already a 4 in the region, and it can't be 3, because there's already a 2. So, very good spot, but yeah, this cell absolutely cannot be orange, I agree. Okay. Oh, people in chat are telling me there was an easier way to do that. Also row 3, column 2. Oh, haha! Also row 3, column 2. Yes. This cell, if this cell was orange, would be counted, and it would need to be a 0. And there's already 1 there, so it can't be a 0. Okay. Someone pointed out that 4 is placed in yellow. I want to go ahead and do that while it's available. That is a 4, because there's already a 4 in the other 2 rows that yellow exists in. Let's go ahead and write these in. We've got a 1. Sorry, we need a 1. We need a 3, a 7, and an 8. This certainly can't be a 1. This being a 3 seems difficult. Because if this was a 3, I would need this to be a 1 and a 2. But I don't immediately see a problem with that. This cell certainly can't be an 8 or a 7, because if this were a 7, this would need to be a 1. So this is a 1 or a 3. This is going to turn out to be a 3 with a 1 and a 2 now, I think. It's interesting, actually, if this cell sees this cell. So this being an 8 is awfully squishy. This cell here is either 2 or it's big. It's either 2 or it's at least a 5. Could be a 5 and a 3 to make 8. That's plausible. Okay, so this is a 2 or at least a 5. 2 and 6 would... Sorry, if this was a 6 with a 1, that would make 7. That works. And this can't be a 7, and it can't be an 8 or anything bigger. So this is a 2, 5, or 6. Are the only options for this cell. It's being pointed out to me that yellow needs to get a 9 in one of these two cells. I agree with that assessment. And it can't be here, because this digit is a summand of that one. So there we go. If this was a 9, it would make this at least a 10. So that will let me fill in these digits. We need a 2, we've got a 3, 4, we need a 5, 6, we've got a 7, we need an 8. Well, this is never a 2. I can at least tell you that much. It is 5, 6, or 8. It's being pointed out I should really look at this circle, because this circle now is looking at a 4. So this digit's at least a 6, because it's 4 plus 2 at least. So this can't be a 6 or 8. And so this is always either a 6 or a 9. And it's not a 9, because there's a 9 in the row already. So that's a 6, and that's a 2, in order to make that work. So that's not a 2. Which now means this can't be a 3 like I thought it was going to. It's either a 7 or an 8. Which means that this digit is a 9, because this digit now has to be larger than 7, but it's not 8. So this digit's now a 9. This 6 makes that a 5, which makes that a 3 and an 8. People are trying to ruin my deduction that this had to be a 9 by putting an 8 in the region. I see how it is. So now we can just do the classic. And so if you're not used to doing sort of chaos construction irregularly things, often when you get sort of long, skinny regions like this, one thing that's really doing is it's really ruling these digits out of any of those spots in row 1. So all 3 of these digits have to find homes in row 1. Well, the 4 and the 9 have already found their home in row 1, but that leaves only one place for the 2 to find its home in row 1, which is to say the 2 finds its home in row 1 there, which makes this not a 2. All right. I'm pretty close to wanting to fill in these digits, but I'm not quite there yet. Close, though. So this needs to find a 1. So let's again point out all of the cells that are a knight's move away from this 9. So those are not a 1. That's not a 1. That's not a 1. That's not a 1. And the circle can't be a 1. So this cell is the purple 1 that this 9 sees. It's kind of funny. It's so far away, but very cute. Let's see. Should I look at this? Let's see. Yeah, let's look at this. This cell sees these cells by knight's move, but this cell is definitely not purple. That would be too many cells. It would be too many cells. If I wanted to make this purple, purple can get there, but in so doing, it would isolate these cells. Wait, no, I don't think that's true. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, this cell could be purple. Never mind. If this cell can be purple, then I don't Oh, no, it can't be purple. This cell can't be purple because it would see the 8. And then this would need to be bigger than 8, and it's not. So this cell's not purple for reasons that aren't that thing. So let's look at places that this cell can see things. So it's not purple. It's not yellow. It's not purple. So this only sees those 3. Oh, let me write in this row. That might shed some light on this. 1, 2. We need a 3, 4, and a 5. And we've got a 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah, these 3, 4, 5. That one's not a 3. Okay. Let's put that back. So that one, and that one. Those are our cells that this can possibly get. I think this always gets that cell. I believe, because if not, it needs to get both of these, and then this cell could never finish. So these 2 cells are always the same color. It's just a question of, is it all 3 of these? It's not all 3 of them, because then there would need to be a 1 in it, and none of these 3 cells can be 1. So it's that cell, and one of these 2 are in a region together. But let's do the coloring that follows from that. So these 2, I just argued, have to be in green. Green has to get out. This cell now has to be green, no matter what. Oh, and that does it. That's awesome. Okay, so now I know. That's hilarious. If this cell was green, green would have to go here through the 7. Because, again, otherwise I would have to fit a region between green and this border, which I cannot do. But 7 is already green, because there's a 1-7 pair up here. So that's not the green cell. And so that means that this cell is green. And is either a 4 or a 6, because it needs to add together with 2 to give me 6 or 8. So this is either... Oh, that's right. This is a 4 or a 6. Ah, right. But I can tell you which one in just a second. Because now green is touching the border here. If green doesn't take these 2 cells, I've enclosed a whole region between green and the border, which I cannot do. So those are green. But now green already has a 6, so this is a 4, a 6, and an 8. And a 5. And these are not 5. They are a 3, 4 sort of arrangement. Okay. Oh no, Ambrose is ruining my fun again by pointing out I've had 2 6s in column 9. Unfortunate. I'm trying to decide if this 7 has to be purple or not. Because if this 7 isn't purple, it's going to have to be part of a region that does that. But I don't think I know, unfortunately. Certainly I can go ahead and fill in a bunch of digits, though. Let's see, I need a 1, I've got a 2, 3, 4, 5, I need a 6, 7, I've got an 8, I need a 9. This one can never be a 1 because it's in a square. These are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That one's not a 3. Ah, that's a good point. Okay, so Chad is claiming that if there was an extra region that came out here, then that would force green to get a 3 here. And that 3 can't be green, it's too far away. And green, if this region comes out like this, Now green is going to have to sort of fight its way over to here, and now it's way too many cells. So actually, this can't be part of any region but purple. And now as soon as that's purple, because now purple is touching this border twice, I now have to ask, can I possibly fit a whole region in the cell? No, I can't. So therefore, this is purple. As soon as it's purple, this is a 4 and a 3. The 3 can't be purple. And in fact, really, the 3 has to be green, right? Because green otherwise has to get a 3 from at least over in this column. And green only has 2 cells left. So the only place green could possibly get a 3 is right here. But that's all kinds of problems. So green does get its 3 there. What's the digit that's missing in green? 2, right? Yes, 2 is the digit. No, sorry, not 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 is the digit that green is missing. I don't know anything about that. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2 and 6 are the digits that are missing in purple. Don't think that does me any immediate good. As these things go. Let's see. Jay says you can fill in row 1, column 6, 8. Oh, hey, yeah, these two are these two sum to 9. Hey, good point. And so how do they sum to 9? Are they 1, 8? Maybe. Are they 2, 7? No. Are they 3, 6? No. Are they 4, 5? No. So therefore they have to be 1, 8. And I know the order, which is that's a 1 and that's an 8. That is a very good spot, Jay. So let's fill in these digits. So these are a 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6. We need a 7. 3, 5, 7. That's not a 3. That's not a 7. Not bad. Is purple taking this problematic? So purple, again, only gets 2 more cells. Yes, purple taking this is very problematic. If purple takes this, purple only gets 2 more cells. What are the cells this sees by knight's move? Oh, no, it could. It could, couldn't it? Yes, purple is missing a 6 and a 2. And so actually, sorry, purple, this could be a 6 with that being a purple 2. I think that's okay. Yeah, it can be 6 with 2, annoyingly. So, never mind. I was about to prove something that was wrong. Let's see. Okay, so then people are saying, okay, well, why don't you just look at the purple 6 in general? No purple 6 in this column, no purple 6 in this column, no purple 6 in this column. Purple can't make it to this column, and it has a 6 anyway. So purple 6 is definitely in this column. This is the furthest down purple can reach in the column. But it certainly can't take a 6 there, because there's a 6 there. So actually, the only place purple can get a 6 is here, which actually does make this a 2. Which then finishes up purple. Which is very nice. I really like, by the way, the region shapes in this. The region shapes have been quite pleasing. So now orange has to go down, as many people are pointing out, because remember, we earlier proved in some very convoluted way that this cell couldn't be orange. So orange needs, what digits does orange need? Let's fill those in. Orange needs a 3, a 5, and an 8. Maybe if I'm more aggressive about filling in what digits a region needs, I'll be less annoyed by conclusions about, deductions about where a region gets whatever digit. I'm not sure. It might not help, but it is something I will try. So this cell's part of a region. That region certainly isn't orange. So let's say it is yellow. Yellow is going to have to come here. What are the cells this sees by Knight's move? It sees that cell and that cell, that cell and that cell, that cell and that cell, that cell and that cell. Okay. These can't be yellow. This can't be yellow because it would be two circles that see each other. So it needs to see two of those, I guess, at least. Sadly, I think all of those are kind of plausible. Let's see. This isn't a 6 anymore. I can update that. I'm looking to see if there are any cells that can't be 3, 5, or 8 that orange could potentially go to. But sadly, all of the cells orange could potentially take. I'm guessing orange probably can't take this. Because if this is orange, the things this sees by Knight's move are these. Those aren't orange. Orange is already at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Orange is already at 8 cells. So in fact, if this were orange, it would be the 9th cell in orange. So none of these could be orange. So this definitely isn't orange. We can at least do that. It has been pointed out this cell isn't 6 either, which places a 6 in this. Places a 6 in this cell. Fancily. But one of these two is a 9. This 6. So now the question is, can this 6 possibly be a 6 taking a 1, 2, and 3 around here? Okay, so that would make this cell a 2 and this cell a 1. Otherwise, it can't take this 3. But I don't see a problem with this being a 2 and this being a 1 yet. There's probably an invisible given that makes it not work. Right. These two are always in this region, regardless of whether the 3 is or not. If this 3 is seen by the 6, all of them are, because the only way to sum to 6 with a 3 is to use both. And if the 3 isn't, then these two need to be. So this is all a region. I'm going to use my pencil tool to indicate that this is all a region. That was a good spot by Jay. I don't know if this is yellow. It strikes me as medium likely that this could be yellow. Although I guess if this wants to be yellow, yellow can't take this 6. Who knows? I think it's probably not yellow, but better safe than sorry. Let's see. And again, let's just remind ourselves that the digit that green needs is a 9. Can't reach yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. Okay, yeah. So yeah, because of the 6, it actually would need to be 10 cells in order for that to work. So yeah, you're completely right. It is because of the fact that this 6 can't be in a region with a 6, actually, the 6 serves as a blocker, which means the fastest path is 1 too many cells long. Okay, so we can make this blue. Well, if this 6 wasn't here, there's a lot of flexibility in how it bends around. So I'm not sure I believe I couldn't fit a region in here. I think I could actually fit a region in here if this 6 wasn't here. I think if this 6 wasn't here, I think I could draw a region that would fit. Or at least be very close to it. Speaking of, I should be filling in this column. this column is now, we need a 3, we've got a 4, we need a 5, we've got a 6, we need a 7, we've got an 8, and we need a 9. So this is 3, 5, or 9, 3, 5, 7, or 9. That one's not a 7. That one's not a 3. Okay, this cell has suddenly become very interesting. Because this cell, remember, needs to see 2 of these things that it can see by Knight's Move. If this cell is not blue, then it can't possibly see either of these 2. And this cell would need to see both of these. And so it would see a 6. And what? Well, it would need to make this a 7, 8, or 9. It can't be a 7 or 9, and if it's an 8, that would need to be a 2. So yeah, that doesn't work. So if this cell is not blue, again, this is some other region which needs to sort of expand to fill this space, which means the only 2 cells that this could see are these 2, but it just doesn't work. So this cell is blue, which is huge because it means that this is a 1-2 pair. Oh, and we actually know the order. It's a 2 and a 1, which gives us a 7 and a 1. It means these aren't 1. Now let's carefully sort of continue to Sudoku our way along. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is not a 4. This isn't a 2. I want to make sure I mark. I think this cell's going to have to be blue now. Okay, so if this cell's not blue, what cells is it going to see? If this cell's not blue, well, it doesn't see that, and it can't see this either, because that would involve trapping... Maybe that doesn't involve trapping blue in some really pathological shape for blue. Oh, this could be in another region. Maybe there's some really gross way of drawing blue. Where this is another region. I don't know. I should just fill in these digits. That's what I should do. 2, 3. I really should. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This cell's not a 2 or a 3. This cell's certainly not a 2. Let's see. Derek says I can finish 6s, that I have almost all of the 6s. Well, I can tell you for sure this digit's not a 3, because all 3 of these options are all bigger than 3. So this is never a 3. It's at least, this is a 5-8 pair. And so that being a 5-8 pair means that's not a 5 or an 8. It means that's a 2 or a 3. But means that is a 3. So that is a 2. So that's not a 2. And this cell is not blue, because blue already has a 2. So this is some other color. It's probably yellow, but it's not blue. Which is interesting. I'm not sure I immediately know what to do with the fact that it's not blue. I guess I should look at this again, huh? And ask myself about options for this. If I'm making a sum... Well, I could never make a sum of 5 if this is blue. If this is not blue, I can't make a sum of 5 either. So this sum can't be 5, no matter what. I know I got distracted from the 6s. I'll get back to the 6s, but there was more cool Sudoku stuff to do before we got to the 6s. If this is blue, I can't make 5 because it would be 3 plus what, but not 2. And if this is not blue, well then I need to choose 2 of these 3 cells to add to 5. Well, the 6 is right out. This would have to be a 4 and a 1, but it can't be because of the given. So this is always an 8 and a 5, even regardless of how we actually do it. So that's not a 5. That's not an 8. Let us continue. That's not a 3. We're still trying to do 6s and figure out what the 6s are. Sadly, the digit highlighting doesn't work very well in this universe. Where is 6 in this row? 6 in this row is in one of two places, there and there. And where is 6 in this row? 6 in this row is here or here, but not on top of the given one. So this is a 6 and a 6, finishing the 6s, as was foretold by the prophets in chat. So this is not 1, 2, 3. Could be 4, 5, not 6. Could be 7. Not 8, could be 9. So these are from 4, 5, 7, 9. Well, that's very interesting with a 6 here. Oh, what about this cell? What can this cell be? Actually, let's just do this column and then update. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 3, 5, 8. This is not a 1. That I don't know. This is not a 1. It is a 3, 5. It's not an 8 either. So this is only a 3 or a 5. Okay, so 6 is somehow the sum of some of these numbers. So it must be that I'm writing 6 as 5 and 1, because 3, 2, and 1 is not possible. And 4 and 2 is not possible. So this is a 1, and it's in the same region with the 6. Let's make that green. Which then forces this to be in there, which means that's a 5. This is not in there. So those aren't green. So let's follow the Sudoku forward from that. So that's a 3. That's a 9. That's a 5. Those aren't 9. That's not a 1. I am being informed that the number of 1s I currently have is 8. Not a 5? Oh God. What did I do? Yes. I have a 5 and a 9, so therefore this 3, 5, or 9 is a 5. No. I have a 5 and a 9, so therefore this is a 3. Let's do it better. This is not a 3 or a 5, so it's an 8. So this is not an 8. Let's see. This I should be able to figure out. I think this is not a 1, a 3, or a 5, so this is an 8. Let's see. This is not a 3 anymore. That's not a 3 anymore. Okay, 1s. I need a 1 in row 7 somewhere. It can only go here, it looks like. I very much believe it can only go here. It seems very likely that this one is yellow. This isn't a 3, by the way. This is a 5, 7, or 9. I suppose I can write out all the cells that are... highlight all the cells that are in Knight's Move from this. 2, 3, 4... Let's do that again. Okay. So let's look at what's Knight's Moves from this. Not that and that. This, again, circles can't see each other in that fashion. So I am sampling from, I can't include a 9 in my sum. So I am sampling from these digits. So there's no universe where this is a... sorry, not that one. There's no universe where this is a 5, because even if this is a 4, this couldn't be a 1. So this is bigger than 5. It's 7 or 9. If it wanted to be 7, is there even a way to make that happen? I don't think there's a way for this to be 7 either, actually. Because if you look at 7, I would need to choose, well, I could do 5 and 2, except I can't, because there's nowhere to do 5 and 2. I could do 3 and 4, but it would have to be a 4 here and a 3 here, and that can't be that. Or I could do 6 and 1, except this can be neither. So in fact, this digit's a 9. So that's a 7 and a 9. These are super not 9 now. That's not a 7 or a 9. It's 4 or 5. So that's a 4-5 pair in the row, which makes that a 3. Means this is not a 3 or a 4. Means this is a 2 or an 8, but it's not a 2, so it's an 8 and a 2. Orange now can't take this cell. So orange takes this cell and finishes. Orange takes a 5 there. So that's a 4 and a 5. These 5s, or these 5s are not 5s. That 5 actually looks up and gives me a 7 and a 5. This is not a 9 or a 7, so it is a 4, and that's a 9. This is not a 4 either, so this is a 3 or an 8. Uh-oh. No, not a 3 or an 8. That just is a 3. That's a 4, and that's an 8. This digit is a something else. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is what this digit is. Okay, so now we need to fill in the rest of the Sudoku, and then presumably the regions are just going to fall out, I guess. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, not 7. 8, 9. These are 2 and 9, and we know the order. So that is a 9 and a 2. That is a 7 and a 5. That is a 2, 3. That is a 4. And this digit is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is a 7. Okay. So now we get to resolve the regions. So it strikes me that looking at this 7 in a circle and this 8 in a circle is a very good place to start that process. So this 7 in a circle is definitely not purple. It actually could be green. It's not going to see either of these 7s. It's not going to see this 9. It's not going to see that 9. Oh, so actually this needs to see 2 of these cells at least. So this 7 is green. Because it now needs to see those 2 and not this one. So this 7 is a green 6 plus 1. This 7 needs to be a sum of digits out of these. So it needs to see the 4 and the 5. Sorry, it needs to see the 2 and the 5 and nothing else. These are in a different region, so I can draw a region boundary along there like that. Green needs to take these 2 cells because otherwise we do that whole thing where we need to fit a whole region between green and this wall, which we cannot in a 9x9. So these all become green. Green now already has a 1, so green can't take a 1. Green has a 1, so green can't take a 1. Green has a 6, so green can't take a 6. Being pointed out by chat, the green region on the right, it needed a 9. Well, we now know where it gets the 9. So this region's done. Excellent job, chat. Corporate Commanders, who I saw that from. By the way, welcome back, Corporate Commander. Been nice seeing you around lately. This 8, I can look at. It's seeing those. I need to make a sum of 8 out of these. The only way to do that is to make it blue, seeing the 3 and the 5. So these are blue. And now these cells are isolated, so they must be blue. Oops, so they must be blue, and now blue is done. Okay. Now, yellow, I think, is forced, because yellow, if yellow takes this 9, yellow is sort of in this C that is isolated behind this 9, And yellow, because of this border here, if yellow took this 9, I'd have stranded a cell over here. Also, yellow already has a 9, so those are yellow. So we've got that all done. We've got this over here. Did my solve go differently than yours because I did more Sudoku than you did, or because I did less Sudoku than you did? This green region, we can think about geometry. It could take this 9, but it can never take the 1, and it can't continue. Oh, actually, wait, no, and it can't continue down here because green already has a 5. So even if green does take this, it needs to take one of these two. But if green is going to take one of these two, it always takes this cell. So green always takes that. This 1 is, again, not green, and I only have 2 regions left. So I might as well give this thing a color, because this thing's not green. It can be a second orange region. I don't use orange very often. Let's make orange feel good about itself. Red can feel bad about itself for being a less cool color than orange, but being too similar to orange. So now this region has a 9. Green needs a 9, and the only 9 left is this one. So that is green. Oh, but now green only has one more cell left it can take. So that is green. And so now green is done. And so now orange is done. Got to do the and now we have this is now I can upgrade this from a pot top. Oh no, sorry. Thank you. Whew. Derek saved me. I missed this border. Much better. Alrighty, and so now we can fill in this, and it is a 7. Ta-da! I'm surprised it does not check, but there we go. I'm curious, did Nordy reply to whether I did too much Sudoku? That was a fun puzzle. I enjoyed that. Yeah, there's a lot of very cool stuff in there. I did more than Nordy did at the end. Yeah, okay, yeah. I feel like chaos constructions are fun except for the Sudoku part. So I have been trying to sort of like just way over pencil mark chaos constructions so that hopefully the Sudoku part is a little bit easier. Like my least favorite deduction in the universe right now is where does color X get digit Y? It's just, unless it's very well telegraphed, it's just sort of like, it's just hunting for naked singles in a way that is even more annoying than hunting for naked singles. So I've been trying to sort of like gratuitously pencil mark everything. And at least with that, this felt very pleasant all the way through. Like I very rarely, had to do any of the sort of deductions that show up in, 5-star chaos constructions that I don't like very much. For the record, when it gets down to like, oh, this region only needs one more digit, where is that digit? That's fine, because then it's super well telegraphed. But yeah, I thought this was a very smooth solve. I guess it took us an hour and a half. Not too bad. Definitely flew by. And there were lots of really neat little pieces of logic sort of woven in here. And definitely the Sudoku and the region things were very well integrated. So yeah, very great puzzle. Thank you to everyone who voted for it. I forgot to write down the name list, which I usually do. I did not write down the name list of people who voted for it, but thank you for people who voted for it, and thank you for to Nordy. I absolutely loved that the first deduction was, oh, this cell needs to take those two and not that one. That was the perfect first deduction to tell you what you're supposed to be looking at in this puzzle. Because when you first look at it, it is not obvious until it is obvious, and then as soon as it's obvious, you're like, oh, why did I not see it? Which is exactly the kind of logic and the sort of path that I like to have in puzzles, where something is sort of not obvious until it is. So I thought the opening was perfect, and then it perfectly sets you up because you use that deduction over and over again to do that. Alrighty. I am going to take a short break, and then I will be back, and we will do more puzzles. Indeed, I've already sort of telegraphed when we come back, we're going to be doing Oubliette by Jovial, so stick around and you can see us do some fun killer puzzles. I will see you all shortly. If you've not yet liked the stream, please like the stream. And if you haven't subscribed yet, welcome, and please consider subscribing. I've seen some new names around today, which is always great. And as always, if you want to support us more, you can join the Patreon at patreon.com/zetamath, or you can just hit the join button down there below. So either way will work. And I see a few people are heading off to sleep or whatever. Farewell, Jim, and whoever else is headed off. And I will see some more of you when I get right back. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Jay Dyer is already warning us that she is going to try and use Fistamafel in this. Maybe. Who knows? Stranger things have happened. I have been trying to feature some more accessible puzzles on the stream. So that is one of my goals, because I know I have many very experienced folks in chat, but I do get comments and feedback from some people who sort of stop by and get lost. So I'm going to try and at least do some more accessible puzzles each stream, just so people can sort of learn sort of get started with the basics of these sorts of things. This is going to be a very quick digit dance, isn't it? So what's going on in this puzzle? So we have to put the digits 1 through 9 in every row, column, and region. So these things are regions, so I need to put 1 through 9 in there. If you count, that is 9 spaces. And then we have these killer cages. Yeah, Jovi, I'm glad you can join us. It is an honor to have you here. So the little number tells you the sum of all of these cells. So this 18 tells me the sum of these three digits is 18, and it also tells me that this digit is not the same as that digit. You are not allowed to repeat digits within these things. So these things are called killer cages, and that is how these things work. Alrighty, and so that's all the rules. That's all I have for this. I'll note, by the way, the CTC app, if you go in settings, you can turn on a killer calculator, and so it will tell you, here are the 7 ways that you can make 18 in 3 digits. So that's pretty helpful. I don't think it's going to be helpful at all for this puzzle, but it is pretty helpful. Okay, so there's a funny pattern that comes up often in killer cages that actually happens here. And there's a couple different ways to see this pattern. So one way is to think about what the ways are to make 5, which is that 5 into is either 2, 3, or it is 1, 4. And 6 into is either 1, 5, or it is 2, 4. But actually only one of these combinations works. And the reason why is that if I make this 6, 2, 4, then what am I going to make the 5? Well, I've actually chosen 1 from 2, 3 and 1 from 1, 4, and so I've destroyed any chance to make the 5 work. So this can't be 2, 4, it has to be 1, 5. But then once this is 1, 5, I can't use a 1 in the 5 cage, so I have to use 2, 3. Okay. That is way to see it number 1. That way makes it seem more mysterious and cooler than it actually is. Because here's the other way. What is the sum of these 4 digits? Well, the sum of these 4 digits is 11. And so, what's the minimum sum I could make 4 digits? Well, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, which is 10. So I need to get to 1 more than 10, which means I need to increase this sum by 1. And the only way to do that is to remove the 4 and then use the 5 instead. And so that means that in total, these digits have to be 1, 2, 3, 5. That's the only way to make 11 as a sum in 4 digits. But then how do I make the 5? Well, I don't even have a 4. So the only way to make the 5 is as 2, 3, and then this is 1, 5, which is the remainder. Either way, it gets us this pattern. Okay. We get exactly the same trick vertically with the fact that 15, and again, you could do this either way, 15 is 6, 9, or 7, 8, 14 is 5, 9, or 6, 8. But if I made this 6, 8, then it would break both ways to make the 15. So this can't be 6, 8, it's 5, 9. And so once that's 5, 9, this can't be 6, 9, so it's 7, 8. And again, you could think about it the other direction, which is to say, what's the sum of all of these? The sum of all of these digits is 29. What's the biggest sum you could make out of out of 4 digits, well, it would be 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 30. And so I need to get one lower than that. So the only way to do that is to replace the 6 with a 5. And so then the digits I need to use are 5, 7, 8, and 9. And so then that tells me I have to make the 15 as 7, 8. And then this is 5, 9. Okay. And that is all. Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to delete that much stuff. And so this cell is now under a lot of pressure. I had assumed that this cell was going to be a naked single, but it is not. This cell is either 4. Oops. I know Jovi would love it if I colored. 4. It's either 4, it's not 5, or 6. This cell's always 4 or 6. Oh yeah, Jovi, would you like to suggest a cell for people to bet on? I'm going to guess you're not going to say row 5, column 5. Row 1, column 9. This is our bet cell. So if you'd like to take a bet, author picked fancy bet cell. So as you sort of saw from this opening, if you've not used to looking at these, looking at cages that either have very small or very large totals is useful. So the 9 is a very small total. What is this digit? Well, it's a digit that goes in a cage with a 9. Well, you can see here, these are all the digits that can show up on an arrow with a 9. On a cage with a 9, which is the same as what would show up on a 9 arrow within a box. So if you're used to thinking about arrows, this is very similar. And the biggest digit I can possibly use is 6. And so, as some people in chat were saying, the point is this digit is also a 4 or a 6, because it can't be 2, 3, or 1, 5. 4 and 6 are the only digits that are options, which now means I have my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 for the row. So the things I need in the row are 7, 8, 9, and so these digits are 7, 8, 9. So that is all very interesting. So that's true. That's true. I missed the word sextuple. Yes, we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sextuple. It's very, very true. Though Jovi says no, it is not a hidden, or it is not a sextuple. It is a hidden triple. That is that is a fair fair criticism. So what shall I look at next? So yeah, so if this is a 4, I need to make these being 5, which means they're 2, 3. If this is a 6, I need to make them 1, 2. So I could fill in this this 1, 2, 3 here like that. I am willing to do that. Only just, but I am willing. Let's see. Yeah, that's a worthy point. So there's always a 2 here, so I can pencil mark a 2 up here. Because now the 2 in this box now has to live up here, because there's already a 2 in this row, and there's already a 2 in this row. Can I put a 2 in this 18 cage? I can't, right? If I put a 2 in this 18 cage, then I would need to make the rest sum to 16, and this digit would have no value, right? It would need to be 7 or 9. So yeah, I can't put a 2 over here. So 2 in this region is not there and not there. So 2 in this region is sort of pushed into the corner for whatever that's worth. Let's see. So yeah, the question is how long do we resist talking about law of leftover stuff? So the trick is often in these puzzles to highlight a bunch of things. So this is this is set, but we like to pretend around here that it's not set. But we're going to highlight these and keep track of what digits we have highlighted. So we have we have 5 sets of the digits 1 through 9 highlighted. We have 5 1s, 5 2s, 5 3s, and so on, highlighted in all of these things. And the reason why we do this is we can now pull out this. That's a set of the digits 1 through 9. So now it's gone. So now I have 4 sets of the digits 1 through 9. And now we have 3 sets of the digits 1 through 9. And now we have 2 sets of the digits 1 through 9. And now we have 1 set of the digits 1 through 9. And if you look very closely... what did I do? I did not do that goodly. It was way more exciting when I had this here. Yes, I missed a spot, sadly. Because it would have been way better if that was 7, 8, 9. I missed taking out that cell. Because I was like, I've got a 7, 8 pair and a 7, 8, 9. It's going to do something. Sorry. But I also had 10 digits in my set of the digits 1 through 9, which is going to make you very skeptical of my claim that I had those things. And so the upshot is that these digits have to go here. I'm just going to... And that's because this is a set of the digits 1 through 9, but this is also a set of the digits 1 through 9. So these are in common, so this must be the other. And so the way I'm going to mark that is I'm going to color these in yellow. And so the yellow stripes are the same digits. And now the yellow stripes being the same digits actually does get me digits because it tells me that the 7 and 8 in this box are in yellow. And if the 7 and 8 are in yellow, this digit can't be a 7 or an 8. So it's a 9. And we have our first digit. And so we can bring in Zach to do the 9 dance. Doop doo, whoop, doop, loop, woo, woo, whoop, doop, 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 loop, whoa, whoa, whop, 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 lop, lop, whop, whop, lop, whop, whop, ba-da. Thank you, Zach. Much appreciated. I feel like 9 is very rarely the first digit, so we don't get to see the rare 9 dance very often. So these aren't 9. Now, actually, funnily enough, do I know that this can't be a 2? If this were a 2, these would need to be a 7, 9. That's not possible. Okay, right. This can't be a 2, because this would be 7, 9, but there's a 7 in yellow. That doesn't work. So this is not the 2. The 2 is over here somewhere. Okay. And I bet we're going to place the 2 by doing all of that again the other way around. Because I bet if we now do exactly the same thing with these 5 columns, I bet we get to color the other piece. So, hold on. So we're going to make those purple. That's 5 sets of 1 through 9, and then we're going to pull them off. That's pulling off 1, pulling off 2, pulling off 3, pulling off 4. And now this is a set of the digits 1 through 9. And so now, by complete abuse of notation, I am now going to sort of unpurple this to indicate that what we've proven... unpurple this to indicate that what we've proven is that the 2 purple stripes are the same digits. So we have learned that there is a 9 somewhere in these 3 digits. But for almost the same reason, there can't be a 2 here. Because if this was a 2, I would need these 2 to sum to 16. The only way of doing that is 7, 9, but the 9's there. Doesn't work. So that's not a 2. Oops. Sorry, so that's not a 2, and so that is a 2. Okay, so we have placed the 2. And now the natural question is, where does 1 go in this column? And so 1 definitely doesn't go here, because then this would have to be 8, 9. Could 1 go here? Unfortunately, I think 1... No, 1 can't go here either, because there's an 8 in yellow. So 1 in column 5 now actually can't go anywhere except here. So this is my only location for a 1 in the column. And now that is going to resolve this business. That's 2, 3, so that's a 4, that's a 6. For that whole razzmatazz. And so these two are a 3 and a something else. And a 4. Okay, so if this was a 3, then this would need to be 6, 9. Well, this would need to be 6, 9. I was hoping I could make this work. If this is a 4, then I would need to make this 5, 9, or 6, 8. I don't know that I can immediately figure out which of these is 3 and which of these is 4. I thought I was going to. Yeah, if this is 4, this would have to be 5, 9. Oh, is the point there's always a 9 here? Or something like that? Because there is a 7, 8 down here. So if this is a 3, this is a 6, 9. If this is a 4, it can't be 6, 8, so it's 5, 9. So I guess the point is there's always a 9 in those two cells. Over here, I'm going to guess that doesn't work. If this is a 3, this would have to be 7, 8. And if this is a 4, this would have to be 6, 8. So there's always an 8 over here. Is part of the punchline there. And I could fill in that these are from 3, 4, 7, 8, and that one's not a 3. And these are from 3, 4, 5, 9, and that one's not a 3 either. Oh. These aren't 9, because that's 9, I can tell you. Alright, so we have a bunch of pencil marks. So people liked this, liked doing this with the columns. They want to do it again with the rows. So I'm down. Let's do this with the rows. So let's highlight 5 sets of the digits 1 through 9 and pull them out. So that can be gone. This can be gone. That's 2 down already. 3 down. Did I do this wrong? Oh, I missed this one. Sorry, this is part of this region. I was thinking I wasn't highlighting enough things. Can get rid of... Oh, I missed that one too. I'm doing very, very badly at getting all of the spots. But I can also remove both of these outer ones. And so what I get is that green is a set of the digits 1 through 9 as well. So in other words, the green stripes are the same. And so if the green stripes are the same, that tells me that neither of these cells can be a 4. And it also tells me that this digit can't be a 5, because the 5 has got to be somewhere in green. And so because the 5 has to be somewhere in green, it in fact has to be exactly there. So this has to be the 4, that has to be the 3, and then this is a 7, 8 pair. And I think now I can just erase green and erase purple, because green is no longer doing me any good. Purple is no longer doing me any good. All the colors were telling me was that those sets of digits were the same, but I now know... Wait, no. No. This did tell me something. That 3 tells me that this is a 3, and that's a 4. Sorry, I was not paying attention. This is one of those times where no one in chat has said it yet, but I know I'm about to have 10 people in chat yelling at me that it does tell me something. This 359, this is a 3 because it's the same as those. And so we learned that 3. That was actually helpful. This is a 4 up here. Okay. But now the yellow and the purple are doing nothing. Okay. So let's go ahead and finish. Let's go ahead and write in our cages. So this has a 3 in it, but no 9. So this is a 7-8 pair. This has a 4 in it, but no 8. So this is a 5-9 pair. Now I hope you enjoy irregular sudoku. Well, I will confess that Tristan specifically requested to see me do a chasey irregular Sudoku puzzle, so even if I don't enjoy it, he clearly will. I'm not sure if I did something to upset him or whatever, I don't know, but he specifically requested I do an irregular killer site puzzle, so I am doing it for him. But I do actually sort of pathologically tend to enjoy chasing these things, and I do have the chat scan feature enabled. So there's a 1 in this box already, so that's not a 1. Or sorry, by box, I mean region. There's a 2, 3 in this region already, so these aren't 2 or 3, so they're 1 or 6. So that's not 1 or 6, that's not 6. So these are a 1-6 pair. It's so symmetrical, too. It's a very Jovi puzzle. Let's fill in the other rows and columns that are super restricted. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are from 1, 2, 4, 6. I thought that would do something. This one's not a 2. It does that at least. Let's see. So people are wanting to pencil mark 3, because I have a 3 looking there and a 3 looking there. So one of these two cells is a 3. I will agree with that. Jovi points out 4 is actually outright placed in this upper right region, because the 2 4s here are ruling out every cell except that one. So that's a 4. So let's see. So 4 down here is now in one of these 2 cells. I can confirm that that's not a 4. 4 not in any of those cells. What? That region has a 4? What? You're saying I can't remove 4 as a candidate from here? Those 4 pencil marks, sorry. I thought people are saying I could do that. Right. This region does have a 4. I cannot pencil mark 4 in a region that has a 4. I mean, I can, and I just proved, actually, that I can, but I shouldn't pencil mark 4 in regions that have 4s. So I probably shouldn't pencil mark a 4 in this region either. Chat will probably be unhappy. Let's see. What else can we do with our lives? Can I do anything with the 17 cage? Okay, so if this were a 7, then this would have to be 1, 9. If this is an 8, then this would have to be 1, 8. Oh, well, that's good. Okay, this can't be an 8. If this is an 8, I need these to sum to 9 without being 2, 7, 3, 6, or 4, 5. So you'd think, they could be 1, 8. But then I'm using an 8 in a cage with an 8. So actually, this is a 7 with a 1, 9. That's an 8 and a 7. So there was one last bit of variant Sudoku in there to use my knowledge of ways to make 9. So this is not 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5 and a 6. We've got a 7 and we need an 8. So these are 5, 6, and 8. This one's not a 5, I know, because there's a 5 over here in the region. Yep, I think I believe that. This 1, 9 means that these aren't 1 anymore, so they're from 2, 4, 6. One of these two is 1. Looks like this is setting up an X-wing on 1s to appear at some point. Let's see. More Crab says 4 in the bottom right region. Bottom right region. Let's see. Okay, so the not there, there, or there. 4 is not the same as 1, 6. Beautiful. So that's a 4. So none of these digits are 4. None of these digits are 4. So this is actually a 3-4 pair. Until someone discovers a secret 4 that was hidden in this region the whole time. But the best way to avoid that is for me to just talk very quickly, and then hopefully no one will notice. 3 in this region is now pencil marked in one of these two cells, which does align with these 3s, which would do something except it doesn't, because this region already has its secret 3. Excellent point from Dale, which is that 4 in this region now, owing to the 3-4 pair, 4 is actually only here. Gorgeous. So that being a 4 means that's not a 4, among other things that it means. Let's see. So I need a 4 in this row. It can only go in one of these two cells, I believe. And I need a 4 in this row. Oh, that's not going to work as well. But I need a 4 in this row. It can only go in one of those two places. I can do things like I know the 5 and 9 in this column are over here. But I don't know that I really want to pencil mark that yet. I might. Let's see. Oh, Jovi likes me pencil marking that. Okay, I will pencil mark. I will pencil mark with abandon then. 3 chasing tells me that there's a 3 in one of these two cells from that. So the 3 from one of those two actually disambiguates the 2 and the 3 there. That 2 then bounces back up and puts a 2 in one of these two cells, which then looks at this cell and tells me it's a 6. So that's a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and 2. So we got lots of mileage out of that. Now the 2 is looking over here, and so now 2 only has one place in this region, which is here. Ooh, this is fun. Okay, this is very cool. Irregular Sudoku. So that 2 goes there. 2 in this region now is forced to go in one of these two spots. This region already has a 2, so I should not place another one most of the days. Let's see. I know that one of these two is a 1, I suppose. Let's see. I should certainly be filling in things like this. These are 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 7. That was a little disappointing, actually, if I'm honest. I was hoping for more. I'm greedy like that. That 7, 8 pair means that this isn't 7 or 8, and that's not 8. So this is 6, 9. So these aren't 6, 9. They're 7, 8. That was an important observation. And so now these are the remaining things in the cage. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one's not a 2. Now that being a 1, 2, 5 triple means that this is not a 1, so it's a 6 and a 1. This is now a nice pair of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, it's not a pair. It's the rest of a 7, 8, 9 triple. But 9 in column 9 can't go here. So 9 in column 9 has to go in one of these, but it also has to go in one of these. So the 9 in column 9 is there. I will then write an 8 in the cell just to add to suspense. I know people in chat like it when I raise their blood pressure by writing the wrong digit in. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6, and I need a 7, 8. 5, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. This 3 looks left and sees this 4 and 3. I was trying to put a 3 in this region again. I did not succeed, but... excellent point. Barbie asks... Sorry, not Barbie. More Crabs asks about 9 in row 1. 9 in row 1 can't be here because there's already a 9 in this cage. So it's over here somewhere. But there's also a 5, 9 here. So by the same sort of thing we did with 9 over there, that's actually the 9 and that's the 5. So that was fun. Let's see. Column 1 7s look up. Right. The 7 here is going to make this a 3-7 pair. And then the 3-7 is going to look over here and make this a 3-7 pair, which is then going to make these not a 7, which is then going to make this a 7, which makes this an 8 and a 7. The secret dance of the hidden pair. I do think hidden pairs are cool. These digits are something. 2, 3, 4. They are a 5 and a something. 6, 7. They're a 5 and an 8. And the fact that these are a 5 and an 8 looks straight down at this and says that that's a 1. So that's a 9 and a 1. And a 6 and a 9. This is a 2-5 pair now. So do I want to write this in? Heart. Heart indeed. Let's see. We've moved on from the sudoku phase to the 6-9 pair phase, I believe. 1, 2, we've got 3, we've got 4, we've got 5, we need a 6, we've got a 7, we need an 8, and we've got a 9. So these are from 1, 2, 6, 8. This one's not a 2. Or a 6. In fact, these aren't 6 either. So the 6 in this region is actually pushed to there. So these are not 6. Now that's a 1, 2, 8 triple, which bounces back and makes that a 5 and an 8, and a 7 and an 8, and a 3 and a 7. That 5-8 pair looks up and actually tells us the bet cell is a 1! Congratulations to those of you who bet 1. That 3 looks up... No. I was about to say that 3 looks up and makes that not a 2, but that's not how digits work. Unfortunately. I now might actually have to look at other things, which would be unfortunate. Yeah, do people actually bet 1? I'm not sure that that is a thing that people ever bet. Okay. Let's fill in row 2. So we need a... No. Oh, we do need a 1. We've got a 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4 and a 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7 and 8. We need a 9. This can't be 1 or 3. Oops. This can't be 1 or 3 because there's a 1, a 3, and a 3 in the region. I see what the theme of the puzzle is now. So these are 1 and 3. That 9 looks up and makes this a 6 and that a 9. That 3 looks up and makes that a 1 and that a 3. Is that all the 3s in the grid? No, not quite yet. Yeah, not quite yet. What about all the 1s? Do we have all the 1s? We are missing... Well, we're missing a 1 in this region, but I know where it goes. Namely, we're missing a 1 exactly there, I believe. Yes. Oh, and also this one looks down and gives me a 5 and 1. And now I think we have 9 ones. That looks like the correct number of ones. So let's write in row 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are not 6 or 9, so these are not 4 or 5. Let's see. This 4 or 5 pair makes that an 8 and that a 5. That 8 makes that a 7 and a 3 and a 7. And the 3 makes that a 2 and a 3. The 2 makes that a 5 and a 2. 5 makes that a 4 and a 5. This digit is now known if I count very carefully. It is a 6. These two digits, 1, 2, 3, it looks like we need a 4, which has to go there. 5, 6, 7, and an 8, which has to go there, which makes that a 5 and an 8. The 5 makes that a 9 and a 5. These digits look over here. We've got a 2 and a 9 to place in this row, and somehow that's not resolved. This is an 8. I can fill that in. That'll do it. This is an 8, so that's a 2 and an 8. The 2 looks down. That's a 9 and a 2. The 9 looks up. That's a 6 and a 9. And in this region, we are missing a 2, which goes there. No, we're not missing a 2, it turns out. That was a lie. We are missing a 6 and a 7. 6 goes there, the 7 goes there. Very nice. That was a beautiful and super fun puzzle. Very, very snappy. You can do it with set, but it's far less painful without set. That is always a good thing to be true. Snappy like a crocodile sandwich. That's a good way to put it. Quite enjoyed that. Alrighty. I am going to take a short break, and when we come back from the break, we are going to do this anti-king renbon from grkles. And when I come back, it is your job to remind me repeatedly that this puzzle is anti-king. Also, I see a digit. Let me know if you see a digit. I will be back shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. So, and again, I said this earlier, but I'll say it again. I'm trying to weave more 3-star puzzles with sort of usual Sudoku mechanics into the stream so that people who are newer to the world of Sudoku can sort of pick up on some of the more standard techniques that they don't necessarily or haven't necessarily come across yet. So anyway, welcome if this is you. So this is a Renban puzzle. So the purple lines have to be a string of consecutive digits in any order. So for example, I could put a 2, a 4, a 3, and a 5 like this along this Renban. That is an acceptable way to fill it. And this puzzle is also anti-king. So if this is a 5, then these digits cannot be 5. That's just probably not a 5. If this digit is a 5, these digits are not allowed to be 5 because they are a king's move away. So digits, sometimes this is called no touchy. Digits can't touch each other. Okay. And so what is sometimes a key deduction in these puzzles is that whenever you have a Renban of length 5, something very interesting happens. And this is because if you think about it, sort of all the digits you can choose from are the digits from 1 through 9. You can imagine them sort of like laid out in a line in front of you. If you need to choose 5 of them, you can sort of slide your viewer. You could take 1 through 5. You could take 5 through 9. Or you could take anywhere in between. But interestingly, if you remove the 5, that is, if you didn't use 5, you'd be left with 1 through 4 and 6 through 9, and neither of those would let you make 5 consecutive digits. So once a Renban is 5 or longer, it guarantees you it always has a 5 on it. And so that given 5 tells me that this digit is a 5. And so we get the 5 dance from Zach for this. So we get to do the, oops. You have to stay in front of the camera, Zach, or the people can't see you. Doop, doop. 5 dance. Doop, 5 dance. Doop, doop, doop. Well, I don't dance for 5s. Zach doesn't have the same antimonous relationship with 5s that I do. Zach has lower digit standards. Oh, we need a bet cell. How about that? Oops, not that. That's not a cell. How about that? Okay. Now, there's a slightly fancier version of that that lives in column 9. So column 9, you have a length 4 Renban that sees a 5. And so when you have a length 4 Renban that sees a 5, you have to be either 1, 2, 3, 4 or 6, 7, 8, 9. And because of this given one, I know which one it is. Namely, this has to be 6, 7, 8, 9. And so these are 2, 3, 4. I'm very worried from how this puzzle is starting. I'm very concerned. So let's look at. We've got to have a 5 over here somewhere. I'm noticing things like this cell. I'm noticing has to be at least 5. Because this cell sees the 2, 3, 4 triple and the 1. But I don't quite know what to do with that yet. I know one of these is 5, because the thing I said about Renban before, that a length 5 Renban needs a 5. A Renban that is longer than 5 also needs a 5. So there's definitely a 5 one here somewhere. More Crabs points out that actually this is a length 5 Renban that sees where the 3 actually sees every cell on the Renban. So this is either 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry. No, it just is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I miscounted. So these aren't 5, of course. Row through count. The puzzle is anti-king. So the 3 sees this by anti-king. I know. What kind of psycho sets anti-king puzzles? It is quite a genre to embark on. So this cell, it sees this entire Renbon. So this cell sees a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sextuple. All for you, Naverio. All for you. So this digit is a 1, 2, or a 3. And I suspect we should be looking for other places we can do that trick. So, like, this has to be... Four through 9. Wait. Oh, no, sorry. Everything I said was wrong. This Renbon is not 6 cells long. This Renbon is 5 cells long. So, I mean, I guess it was technically true to say that this is true. But I was thinking that this was a 6-cell Renbon, so we knew it was on it, but that was not true. We do not, in fact, know what is on it. Let's see. Jay Dyer says rather elegantly, there are 4 total length 5 Renbons in the first 4 rows. They all need a 5. And so there can't be any 5s in the first 4 rows outside of those cells. So in particular, none of these cells can be a 5. And so that means the 5 on this Renbon is definitely here. So it's not here because I need to put the 5 in this box in the first 4 rows, and it needs to go on a Renbon, which then tells you where the 5 goes in box 5. Namely, the 5 in box 5 goes there. And so now the 5 in this box definitely needs to go on this Renbon. So one of those is a 5. And so the 5 on this Renbon needs to go in one of those cells. 5 in column 3 looks up. 5 in column 3 looks up. That is true. None of those are 5, so that's the 5. There's a 5 down here somehow. So this doesn't have a 5 on it. And this doesn't have a 5 on it. So these are length 4 Renbons that must be either entirely high or entirely low. So each of these is either entirely high or entirely low. Presumably they're not the same one, although I don't immediately see that, actually. So if this was entirely low, that would be the 3, because this one would need to have a 3 on it. But this is a version of what we did over here, because these can't have 5s on them. They have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, or 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. Can we conclude somehow that this renbon has to have a 5 on it? Not that I see, unfortunately. Okay. So Directionary asks a smart question, which is, where does the green cell go in box 3? And the answer is that the green cell can't go in its own column. It also can't repeat on the renbon. And so it ends up over here. So Directionary's point is that this digit is definitely high. So I think we have enough evidence that we're supposed to be coloring, that we're going to start coloring. I'm going to color high digits in orange and low digits in blue. And if chat asks, I'll color 5 something. So this is low. This is often useful. So this digit is low or 5. Because this digit sees, again, this sees all of those. And this digit is low or 5. No, sorry, this digit's high or 5. X the 5s. I can X the 5s. Xing the 5s seems appropriate. That seems like a good way of marking it. It sees 5 in the row. It does see 5 in the row. That's a good point. Okay. So this sees 6, 7, 8, 9 through King's Move and the box, and sees 5 in the row. So this cell is blue. Is very nice. Can someone find a 5 that this sees? I would like it if someone could find a 5 that this sees. So this renbon absolutely can't be all low. Is there a reason this renbon can't be all high? Because if this was all high, that would also create a problem. Doesn't see that cell, does it? Math Pesto? If I marked this right, I don't think this cell sees that one. It was a good idea. It just sadly did not pay off this time, but it'll work out next time. So yeah, so we know there's a 5 down here. We know there is a 5 in one of these 3 cells. I might as well pencil mark, although it's a little bit ridiculous. But I would like to rule out 5 from any of them if I can. Ambrose says something that I was also noting, which is that 1 and 2 are quite limited in row 4. But I think this could still be a 1 or a 2 just because this renbon is so long. Okay, I'm being encouraged to look where row 2, column 7 goes in box 2, which is it has to go down here. Not there, of course. It goes in one of those 2 cells. And how it interacts with the 1 through 5 line. Has to be a common digit between the 2 lines in box 2. Yes, this is an overlapping digit, because this digit, whatever this digit is, again, because of the combination of anti-king and not repeating on the renbon and sudoku, it needs to go in one of these 2 spots. I'll go ahead and I'll give this a color so that I can mark that it goes in one of these 2 places. That seems fair. but it goes up here somewhere, but that's not as exciting, unfortunately. The long renbon can't get to 9. Oh, that's a good point. If this wanted to have 9 on it, it would need to have all the high digits on it. But it can't have all the high digits on it because these 3 digits can't show up in any of those cells. Sorry, I need to have these 4 digits. No? Sorry, I'm making sure I believe this. That this can't have 4 high digits on it. Seems to me like it barely can. I really believed it when you said it, Andrew, but then when I tried to actually articulate it, it looked like it was very slippery and might accidentally be able to. Okay, so that is a fantastic point. So yellow can't show up on this renbon at all, because it definitely sees both of these spots by anti-king, sees all of that, and then it sees these by the row. So yellow is not, so this renbon must contain 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then it either contains 4 or 9. So this digit is 4 or 9 or 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry, I can't do that over there. This digit is 4 or 9 or 1, 2, 3. I suspect this being a 9 would be a humongous problem. Because it would be common to both of these. So if this was a 9, yeah, that doesn't work. So nor does this digit being a 1 work, actually. If this is a 9, then this is also a 9, so these would need to have 9, 8, both of these would need to contain 9, 8, 7, 6, but I could only put one of those here, which I could maybe repeat there, but then that's way too many commons. So this is not a 9. For the exact same reason, it's not a 1. If this was a 1, this would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, but then I would need to put all of 1, 2, 3, 4 on here somehow, and I only can put 2 of them, so I can't do that either. For that matter, if this is a 2, I need to put all of 2, 3, 4 on here, and I need to put all of 2, 3, 4 on here, and I can't do that either. So this is in fact only a 3 or a 4. Which interestingly means that there needs to be a 4 on here, because if there's a 3 or a 4, there's always a 4. And there also needs to be a 4 on here, so there's a 4 in one of those 2 cells. Which is really cool, because now that means that that there's no 4 there. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9, so they're high. Yellow is definitely low, by the way. I wanted to say that these 4s rule out 4 from one of these, but they don't quite. This can't be 4. Okay, great. This can't be 4 because it sees both places for 4. Thank you, Directionary. Now this cell sees all the spots for 4 in this box, so it's not a 4, so it's also orange. This needs a yellow. Right? Doesn't a length 7 renbon needs a 3 and a 4. So there needs to be a yellow one here, and the only place it can go is here. So this cell's yellow, which tells me that yellow is 4. Because it's not 3 anymore. So yellow is 4. And I can lose these yellows and the grays. 4, though, is still blue. This isn't a 4 anymore, so it's orange. So these are a 1-2 pair, per Ambrose's earlier observation that 1 and 2 were heavily restricted, and we've now removed them. So this is a 1, 2, or 3. Oops. Okay. These two Renbon have at most 1 digit in common, but they can't have no digits in common because they have they have at most 2 digits in common. These are the only 2 digits they can have in common. But there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is it possible that 4 is the only digit in common between these two Renbons? I don't think it's possible that 4 is the only digit in common between these two Renbons. That's not a 4 anymore, by the way. Fun fact. If 4 was the only digit in common... Yeah, it's just not possible because... 4 and 5. Oh, never mind. Wait, no, I didn't count the 5s. Is it possible 4 and 5 are the only 2 digits in common that these two Renbons have? I don't think so. Maybe. Maybe just. This isn't a 4 anymore. It's now a 2 or a 3. Okay. This 2 or a 3 in box 5 goes on this Renbon, which is very interesting. So this Renbon has a 3 and a 4 on it. No matter what. The 4 might cross the box there. This cell is definitely low because it sees the entirety of 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is low. So that is interesting. I feel like this digit's going to work out to be this digit, but I can't quite figure it out. The box 4-7 Renbon has no 5. Ah, yes, beautiful. Remember we said a long time ago that this Renbon was multicolored? We now know what color it is, because it was monocolored, because 1, 2, and 3 are ruled out of these, so they can't both be blue. So in fact, this Renbon is all orange. So that is cool. So 4 in this box is placed. Because I know that the 4 in this box needs to go in one of these cells, and it needs to go on this Renbon, so this just is the 4. So there we go. So that's the 4. If this Renbon is low, the only place for a 3 is exactly there. Oh, these are both high now. Good point to Dale Mux. So yeah, these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. can color the row 6 and 7 Renbon. I'm not certain I yet know what color this is. I mean, it sure doesn't look like it's going to be orange, but I don't know that I can disprove that it is orange. Ah! Garion told me how. Place 4 in this box. 4 in this box is in one of these, so this is low. Beautiful. Thank you, Garion. So this is a 1 or a 2. Just for the record. So these aren't all low, so there's an orange on it. So in particular, if these were all low, that would be a problem. So what that tells me is there's a non-low digit on it. So namely, there's a 6 on it, which tells me that these aren't 6, which tells me that one of these two is 6, and one of these two is 6. And one of these two is 6. So that's all cool stuff. Oh, right. Josh points out something that I said out loud and then immediately deleted from my memory bank, which is that this Renbon needs a 3 and it has to go there. It just has no choice. That's not a 3. Sorry, not a 3. I deleted the wrong thing. Oh, this Renbon can't have a 1 on it. So 1 in this box goes down here. That's adorable. That's awesome. 1 in this box goes down here, and all of these see this cell. These two see it through the Renbon. That one sees it by King's Move. So this is a 2. That was great. So this is a 1-4 pair. So now this is not a 2, which means that the 2 does go here. So this is a 2-3-6 to make this a 2-3-4-5-6 sort of Renbon. That's not a 3 for multiple reasons. Now this digit is a naked... No, it's not a naked single. It's just orange. It's the last 7, 8, 9 of the box. This is now a 4, just because of sudoku, really. So if this Renbon has a 4 on it anywhere, that 4 is exactly there. Otherwise, this Renbon doesn't have a 4 on it. Let's see. So he already says 1 in row 7. Yeah, by King's Move magic, which is a perfect way to put it. This can't be a 1 because there's a 1 in the box. One of these two is 1, so both of these can't be 1. 1 isn't orange, so 1 goes here. Very good spot. So that's a 2 and a 1 to Sayori there. And now that places the 1 up here as well while we're at it. Row 7, column 6. Ah, beautiful. Point from Josh. This sees 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this is orange. So this Renbon definitely needs to have a 5 on it. Because it has both an... Oh, no, that's not true. Sorry. Never mind. This Renbon doesn't have a blue on it necessarily. See. Totally Normal Cat says, now the rest of row 7 is 5 orange. Yes. So, yeah, so there's at most a 4. This is it. If this is blue, it's a 4. Otherwise, it's orange. So this is This is 4 or orange. Oh, there's a 2 up here. Just by sudoku. Finish coloring column 3. Yeah, that's a good idea. That is orange. So now these can't both be orange. So there is a 5 or a blue. Good spot to Andrew for that. Let's see. Let's see. So Harry says row 3 column 7 can't be 1 because there'd be nowhere in box 2 to put a 1. Right. If this was 1, couldn't put a 1 here without making this without making these all blue. Why can't those all be blue? I feel like there's a reason that I understood before. Because of anti-king. Oh! Everyone is saying anti-king. I'm like, what? Right, it just can't be 1. These already can't be 1. If this was a 1, those wouldn't be able to be 1, those wouldn't be able to be 1, and that would have to be 1. Oh, well, that's certainly not 1 for a more fundamental reason. None of these are 1 already. And so if this is 1, it rules out 1 from these and from these. Sorry, I feel like I belabored this point an excruciatingly long time. But anyway, the point is that's not a 1. So therefore, there is a 1 on this renban. And it is in one of these 2 cells. One of these 2 cells is a 1. Which means that also there is a 2 on this renban. And a 3 on the renban. There's a 1 in one of these 2 cells. And that actually fixes this, because as soon as there's a 1 in one of these 2, this can't be 1 anymore. So that's a 4 and a 1. Oops. 4 and a 1. Okay, so now where is the 1 going here? Oh, annoyingly, there's still a few places the 1 could go. Oh, right. This can't be an 8 or a 9 anymore because it's on a renban with a 1, so it can only be 6 or 7. Good spot. Oh, this 1 now sees that spot for 1, so this is now 1. This row now has a 1, 2, 3, 4, so this cell's orange. It sees 5, 2, I should say. So this cell's orange. Let's see. Only one place for 1 in box 8. That's exciting sounding. Yep, can't put a 1 on a renban that has a digit that's at least 5 on it. So, yep, beautiful spot to Medi there. So, that's not a 1. So, this digit's only a 2 or a 4. I can accept that. And now this renban doesn't have a 4 on it. So now this renban is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Great spot to tallcat. And this cell can't be a 5, so it's orange. And this is also from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this digit can't be a 6, 7, or an 8, for whatever that's worth. Let's see, row 2, column 4 should be 2 or 4 as well, says Screaming Ice Cube. Do I know this digit is low? Do I know this isn't a... I guess I know it's not a 6. Oh, okay. So it sees a pencil marked 6. So if this is orange, it's at least a 7. Is that a problem for this to be a 7? I think you must know something I don't know. Okay, this is 7, 8, 9. These are 7, 8, 9. These are 7, 8, 9. Oh, actually, that's 7, 8, 9 as well. So I actually can fill in this this quad, strangely enough. This is 3, 4, 5, 6, as strange as that is. These I know aren't 5. Sorry, these I know aren't 5. So 1 in column 6 is somewhat intriguing, because I think it's placed. This is Riff Clown's point. 1 can't go in these cells. It can't go in these cells, so it needs to go in one of these. Well, it can't go there. So one of these two is a 1. Oh, maybe it's not placed, but one of these is a 1. This being a 1 would make this whole thing blue. It doesn't sound great to me, but I don't immediately see why it's a problem. Let's see. Math Pesto asks, where does row 8, column 6 go in rows 7 and 9? Row 7, it has to go here. So this is a 7, 8, or 9. And then in row 9, it now has to go here. So this is a 7, 8, or 9. That is a very nice spot to Math Pesto there. It's also row 5, column 1. That's true. It's also that cell. Let's see. So that cell, that cell, that cell, and that cell are all the same. Let's give them a flash just for funsies. So it's the other digit up here. It's the one up here that's not a 6. So then in row 4, it's one of these two. It's the one of these two that's not a 6. So in box 5, it's here exactly. Good point, because I said it's in one of those two cells. So it's there. So it's up here somewhere. Get row 2, column 6. Let's see, Garion says, if it's a 1, then you can't put 9 in box 2 anymore. I guess you could just ask, where is 9 in box 2? 9 in box 2 can't be on this because this Renbon has a 1 on it, so it doesn't have a 9 on it. This Renbon is not long enough to have a 9 on it because it's got a blue on it. So actually, for a very long time now, the 9 in box 2 has been somewhere on this Renbon. And once the 9 is somewhere on this Renbon, the 1 definitely is not somewhere on this Renbon. So the 1 is here. Great spot to Garion there. So that means that these are both blue. Which means that this digit is orange. This is the 1. Not a 1. This is that cell, so this is a 2 or a 3. Oops. Oh, it is that cell, and it's a 2 or a 3, but it's not a 3, so it's a 2, which means that's a 2, which means that's a 4, and that's a 3. This is now a 6. So these are blue. And we actually know their order. That's a 2 and a 3. This is orange. There's nowhere for a 3 on this Renbon anymore. So this Renbon's, all of the things that remain on this Renbon are high or 5. The 5's up here, so this is high. This is the last high for the box, for what it's worth. So this is not a 9. This is a 6, 7, or 8. So one of those is a 9, so this isn't a 9. So one of these two is a 9, so black's not 9. Blues in column 6. Oh, good point. Column 6 has everything except for a lone blue, which is going to hang out down there and be a 2. So 2's not there, 2's not here. So in this row, 2 can't be there and can't be there. So 2 is there. So that's a 2, that's a 3. And so now where does 2 go in this row? Only here. So this is now orange. I do know one of these is a 3, because I need to have a 3 on this Renbon somewhere. So one of these is a 3. So one of these is a 3. That's not the most exciting deduction that I've ever made in my history as a deducer. Right. Now, there's some 5s here looking over here, so these aren't 5 anymore. So this is the X. And so this is the X. And so this is the X. So it's a 5 and a 5. Not a 5. And so as soon as this is a 5, I can't put 6 on this little bitty renbon anymore. So this is a 3, 4. So these are blue. This is orange. And it's a 6. One of these is now a 5. Which means that there's no 9 on this renbon. So this is from 6, 7, 8. So now I ask where the 9 is in this column. And the 9 in this column now can only be here. So that's the 9 we've been looking for. That's not a 9. This is 6, 7, or 8. Let's see. Okay, so now 4 is placed in this box. It can only go here, just by sudoku. Didn't even have to do any fancy anti-king stuff there. So now the rest of this column is orange. Boop. So we have oranged in. So now that's not a 9. Sorry, these are not 9 anymore. So one of these two is 9. I guess I don't know which one yet. I know that's not a 9, though. So that's something. This row, I know where all the blues are, so this is an orange. Let's see, I know one of these two is a 4, just for purposes of making the pencil marking even more ridiculous. Oh, this is orange. So these are a 6, 7, 8, which makes that a 9. If I pay close attention, which I was not. These are not 9. So that puts a 9 in one of these two cells. Don't think I know which one yet. So the 9 in this column is in one of these two cells. Sorry, the 9 in this box is in one of these two cells. So one of those is a 9. And so one of these two is a 9. So how many orange cells can I fit on this line? I think Sayori is trying to hint that I cannot get to 8. Because if this was an 8, I would need to get another orange cell here, and these cannot be orange. And so this can't be 8. So actually, this is a 6, 7 pair. Is there any cell that sees the 6, 7 pair? I fear there may not be any cells that see this 6, 7 pair. But this is and has for a long time been a 3, 5 pair. So these are blue, I suppose, is one of the consequences of that, because I know the 5 is up there. And I've got all the oranges in the row. So what are these? They're not 3. Oh, so these are a 2, 4 pair, is the point. That's all that's left in the row. And so if those are a 2, 4 pair, but that's not a 2, then that's going to unwind a lot of this. That's a 4, and that's a 2. That's a 3, and that's a 4. That makes that a 3. Blue makes this orange. It is the 6, 7, 8 for our collection. I'm doing well on the coloring, I feel like. I feel like the coloring is a big success. This sees every low digit. It sees 1, 2, 4 in the column, and it sees 3. It sees 1, 2, 4 in the column, and sees 3 in the row. So, and it sees 5 in the box. So this digit is high. One of these two is a 3. I guess I don't know which one, do I? Annoying. Oh, if I look at my 9 pencil marks in this box, the 9 pencil marks are looking up at this 9 pencil mark. So that is not a 9, which means this is a 9, which should hopefully maybe help. Maybe it does nothing at all. That's also a possibility. Black flash has been placed in box 2. So this is not a 6. It is a 7 or an 8. Gives me a 7-8 pair. So this is a 6-9 pair in the column. So that's not a 6. So now, where does 6 go on this Renbon that definitely has a 6 on it? It's over here, so this is a 5-6. And so that will give me a 9 and a 6. This is... these aren't 9 anymore. Or that's not 9 anymore. Let's see. Oh, hey, Memerister, how are you? How did D&D go? Did you make them solve 2 truths and a lie? This is from 789. One of these is 3, but I don't know which one. 6 in box 5 looks up. I thought Nordy's puzzle at the beginning was really was very creative. If you want to go back and at least read through the rule set, I think it is worthwhile. I think it would be fun for you to see. Okay. Let's see, where is black in column 7? One of these 2 cells, I want to say. Where is 6 in box 4? 6 in box 4, yes. 6 in box 4 is here. So this is a 7, 8, or 9. This isn't a 6 because I have pencil marked that 6 goes elsewhere. And so this is a 9. Which I guess I knew all kinds of different ways. This is not a 9, or in the corner. 6 in box 2. 6 in box 2. Good point. No 6 there, so there is a 6 there, which makes that a 7. Makes that an 8 and a 7. And all the black flashes are 7 now. Resolving that mystery. That is an 8 now. These aren't 7 anymore. The bet cell's going to be 8 or 9. We'll figure out which one it is, don't worry. I mean, worry slightly. If you've seen me solve puzzles before, you should probably be at least pretty worried. 6, 7 over there. This is not an 8. That is an 8. Let's see. This isn't a 7 anymore. That's not a 7 anymore. That's not a 7 anymore. It's an 8, 9 pair for the row. Let's see. Row 4, column 9 is known. Yes, that's very helpful. That is a 6, which makes that a 6, makes that a 7, that an 8, that a 6, and that a 7. We're entering the dangerous part of the puzzle for sure, where we might accidentally finish the puzzle if we're not careful. This is now a 5, so we can exit out. This is orange. So 5, 6. Okay, this is now blue. This is X. So that is 3 and 5. So now that's blue. That's orange. So that is 3 and 9. So that is an 8, and a 9 and an 8, and a 9, and an 8 and a 9. And it turns out that this is an 8. I think the deadly pattern actually got beaten up by the fact that you can't repeat digits on Renbans in this instance, which is one of the coolest parts about Renban, although those of you who are regulars will know that I believe Renban is hands down the best constraint for Sudoku that was ever made, not close to being close. But that is one of the many cool things that Renban do. That was an absolutely wonderful puzzle, and played very well into my goal of doing some puzzles that are... I think the puzzle was awesome, but was a little bit more accessible, so hopefully newer viewers, if you were out there, hopefully you found that instructive, and hopefully you learned something you can carry forward to the next time you see purple squiggly lines in a puzzle that you do. Why is it the best? There's so many reasons it's the best. They do so many cool things with geometry, and then they also play in the space of parity. They let you make all kinds of cool deductions while sort of in isolation, a Renban tells you almost nothing. But then when you combine it with almost any piece of information, it suddenly gets exciting in a really cool way. And I think you could do... I think you could do almost any number of Renban puzzles without sort of repeating the logic in the way that I think, like, I'm not sure it's possible to do 100 arrow puzzles, but I'm certain it's possible to do 100 Renban puzzles without doing that. Yeah, they are just chef's kiss. They're the perfect thing. I think in one puzzle with 100 arrows. That you could probably do that. Alrighty, so now I'm in the position where I have time to do a short puzzle. Does anyone in chat have a short puzzle? So by short, I'm thinking 20-ish minutes. First person in chat to link me to a puzzle that I believe I can do in 20 minutes, I will do the puzzle. Does not have to be a Sudoku. It could be it could be any other sort of thing, any sort of pencil puzzle. I mean, I don't have to end early for Ransk, but because Ransk I know is on vacation. But I also want to eat dinner at some point, so I don't want to like pull up quite a mouthful. Oh, let's see. I have one from Math Pesto. I think got it to me first. Let me pull it up, and I'll be right back with a puzzle. Alrighty, let's pull this up. So let's solve on Sudoku Pad. Alrighty, so let's read. Okay. I see now people in chat were suggesting DDR, and I thought they were suggesting I play DDR for you, which I think would not be popular. Doesn't Jovi stream DDR or like Beat Saber or one of those types of games? I think, but I do not think me streaming DDR would be a popular thing. But DDR the puzzle I can do. Okay, so let's see. We've got normal Sudoku rules. Digits in a circle appear at least once in each of the 4 surrounding cells. So these are quadruple clues. I really like quadruples. So the digits 6, 7, and 7 each appear in the digits surrounding this. Adjacent digits on a green line differ by at least 5. So these are German whisper lines. So if I make this a 3, then I could put, for example, an 8 and 9 next to it. They differ by at least 5. Doesn't have to be exactly 5. Uh, the golden lines are entropic lines, which are also cool. So every entropic line has to contain sort of a combo of a 1, 2, 3, a 4, 5, 6, and a 7, 8, 9. So I like to call this high, mid, lowity. These are the high digits, the mid digits, and the low digits. Every string of 3 consecutive digits on an entropic line must contain a high, mid, and low digit. It does not have to be in any particular order, though. But as a consequence of this, if this cell is low, so is this one. Because if this is a set of one of each high, mid, and low, then in order for this to also be a set of one of each high, mid, and low, then, well, we need to make sure we are mindful of that. Alrighty. And then these are our friends, the beloved Renbon. And so they contain a string of consecutive digits in any order. Alrighty, so shall we start with 5s? So there are plenty of things to do with 5. So for example, oh, no, never mind. I was going to say something that was nonsensical. But it is true to say that you can't put a 5 on a German whisper line. So I can like pencil mark 5s around there. I know I need 2 7s around here. So, oh, I see it. Okay. So where do the 2 7s go here? I need 2 of them. Do they go here and here, or do they go here and here? And I'm claiming this doesn't work. And it doesn't work for a beautiful, beautiful reason. Which is that I also need to put a 6. And I can put a 6 on a German whisper. That's not a problem. The problem is there's only one digit, which is 5 away from 6. And they would go like that. And it has told me that my answer check is off. That's much more dramatic. Imagine that when I said it would go like that and that it flashed red immediately and a sound played. That would be more dramatic in your mind. So we can't do that. So that means we have to put the 7s there. And so we have our 7 dance from the mighty Zach, who will happily perform the 7 dance for the puzzle. Thank you, Zach. Now, Woofers has made a good point, which is that the argument that I just made, that I can't put a 6 here, actually applies to the entire whisper. So, in fact, actually, I need to put 6 here, but the same argument applies for 4. So, in fact, actually, in all of the whisper boxes, I should have just immediately filled in 4, 5, 6 as these 3 outies. 5 I already explained, because there aren't any digits that can go next to 5. 4 works the exact same way, though. If I put a 4 here, the only digit that's next to it is 9, and I have to put 2 9s in the box, and that's going to immediately cause consternation, shall we say. So we've got this 7 and 7. Now 7 is 5 away from 2 digits. Namely, those 2 digits are 1 and 2. So these are the high digits. Those are 8 and 9. And then this digit is now the only digit left in the box. So it is a 3. So we can go ahead and 3 that up. 6s are... Oh, right, okay. In this column, this is the quad trick. Quads don't have a whole lot of sort of like commonly known tricks, but this is one of the tricks that Ambrose is pointing out, which is that there's a 6 in one of these 4 cells and a 6 in one of these 4 cells. That means I can't put a 6 anywhere else in these 2 columns, because if I did, then I would be having 3 6s in 2 columns, and you cannot have 3 6s in 2 columns of a sudoku. Which means that there's a 6 over there, and for the same reason this isn't 6, one of these is a 6, and we can do exactly the same thing where we fill in a 1, 2, fill in an 8, 9, and fill in a 3. So that was fun. Aesthetically, this puzzle is just stunning. It is amazing that this is a grid that is going to solve. Just quite impressive. Let's see here. Okay, so do I have any way of knowing where the 7 is in this box? I don't think so as of yet. I see it. This 1, 2, 3 is all the low digits, so neither of these is low, and I need to have a low on this this entropic line. So that is the same as, oh no, darn it. These are in the same spot in the entropic line. So one of these two is low. I thought I was going to know which one was going to be low. One of these is low, one of these is low. But I don't know which one. But these are each either mid or high. Sorry, no. These are the same thing. They're either mid or high. But I don't know which one yet. Do I? I don't think so. Let's see. Garion says, as an opposite of the German whispers, the 4, 5, 6 have to be on all the Renbans. So row 7, column 7 is a 6. Oh, right. I have a length 6 Renban here, and a length 6 Renban, you cannot make a length 6 Renban without a 6. So I can't put a 6 here, I must put a 6 here. Okay, and then that's going to resolve the high, mid, low business, because now this tracks to here. This is also going to be a 4, 5, or 6. Now these, sorry, not a 6. Now these are not low and they're not mid, so they're high. So these are from 7, 8, 9. There's a 6 over on one of these two. So now these are, again, the same. And again, they are not mid, because the mid is over there. And they're not low, because of the column. So these are also from 7, 8, 9. Okay. So, what do I do with that? I'm not sure. Now I have the what do you do with a BA in English song stuck in my head. Let's see. Okay, I guess I should mark. So these are low, right? That's the point. I know that these are low now. These are from 1, 2, 3. I mean, I don't know that marking it does me any good, but it's something. So, interestingly, this string is a high, a mid, and a low, and this string is a high, a mid, and a low. So this string is also a high, a mid, and a low. There's a 4, 5 pair in the row. So I need to put 4 and 5 in this box off of that. Oh, here's a smart idea from Medi. Look at what the 6 does. The 6 there now makes this a 6. So I know one of these is a 6. That's what the middle digit is in this string. Let's see. 6 in box 3 is being requested. What do you know about 6 in box 3 that I don't know? Ah, right. 6 in box 3 doesn't go here either because I have pencil mark 6s. So 6 goes in one of these two cells. And then the point is because again, what I'm using here is, again, every length 6 Renban needs to have a 6. And that gives us a fake X-wing on 6s, by which I mean that if I ask where are the 6s in rows 1 and 2, there are 2 of them, and I need one of them in each of those places. So these are not allowed to be 6. So therefore, this is a 6. Okay. And now, I guess I can pencil mark that the 6 on this run goes in one of these 2 places. I don't know which one. Good point. So if from directionary, if there were a 9 on this Renbon, these would be the digits that don't go on a Renbon with 9, which are 1, 2, and 3. But that's a problem because this digit can't be 1, 2, or 3. So 9 lives in the outskirts of this box. And directionary had another place that this same logic could be applied. I don't see how it works in box 7, though. Oh, I do. These can't both be from 1, 2, 3 because it would put 4 1, 2, 3s in row 7. Very clever. Okay, so the 9 in this box is in one of these places. Okay, got it. That was subtle. Was Trixie. If 3 wants to be on this Renbon, it has not a ton of options to do so. Right. From row 8, Garion is saying, we know that this Renbon has a high digit on it, because there's a high digit missing in this row. So there's a high digit on here. We also know there's a low digit on here. And so if it's got a low and a high digit, it also can't have a 1 on it. I bet that was the intended way to get this cool deduction. That, oh, this has a high, mid, and a low on it, so it does not have 1 or 9. I mean, I'm happy to color this when I have an idea what the useful way to color it is. I suppose I can do the, it makes sense to do the high, mid, low coloring. So I think that's true. I think these can be orange. And then our mids can be yellow. I think that's a good contrast combination. These are yellow. These are orange. These are blue. These are orange. Yeah, I guess because the whispers are circular, the whispers don't have the middle digits on them at all, and so it's no problem to color in this way. So these are blue. These are orange. I'm trying to decide anything fancy I can do with the quads, but I have not yet identified anything fancy to do with the quads. This was really cute. I really liked the way this worked. Let's see. Oh, all the yellow digits have to show up on this renbon. 4, 5, and 6 all show up on this renbon. None of them are there. These two aren't there either. So where did these two show up on the renbon? They show up on the renbon exactly here. So these are from 4, 5, 6. And it's that 4, 5, and that 6. That was very cute. Can I repeat that anywhere? I don't think so. The last yellow in column 4 is in box 2. I fear I may not understand what I am meant to get out of that. Oh, right, because one of these two is yellow. Okay, got it. That's the point. One of these two is yellow, which rules yellow from appearing out of these cells at all. I understand now. I gotcha. So these aren't yellow. So this digit shows up in one of those two cells exactly on this renbon for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Ah, right. This column I can finish coloring. This is Medi's point. This can't be yellow because, again, all the yellows... In fact, I can actually go ahead and just officially color this. I don't know which, but these are blue or orange. They're not yellow. So these are blue or orange and not yellow. And so it's not blue, though, so it's orange. And so this is the last yellow. That is an excellent spot. So this is 4, 5. Let's see. I'm trying to understand Sayori's point. Only one high can go on the whispers in row 2. Right, because this is one high and one low. And only one on the entropic line, and the other on the renbon. Right. If I look at the highs in the row, I can put one in one of these two cells. I have one here, and so I need to put a high in one of these two cells. So there's no 1 here. So one of these two cells is a 1. Right, I need to put 2 more yellows in row 9, Eric points out, and the 2 yellows can't go here or here, so the 2 yellows go here and here. So these are a 4, 5 pair. So neither of these are yellow, because now I have all the yellows in column 1. So therefore these are the yellows for this, this entropic line. So these are blue or orange. Do I know which is blue and which is orange or anything like that? I don't think so. This 4, I know the 4 on this 4 quad isn't here or here. It's here or here. One of these is the 4. 4 quad sounds like the guy from Shrek. So the 4, 5 tells me that's not a 4 or a 5. So there's a 5 up here somewhere. Chad is pointing out. So the 5 over there looks over here and says that's not a 5. And the 5 can't be here because there's already a middle digit on the entropic line, or because there's a 4-5 pair in the column, or literally any of the other reasons that you would like. There are probably 18 of them. This is the 5 on this this entropic line. In this box. Which now means that we've got all our yellows, so this isn't a 6. So this is the 6. For here. So this is a 4-6 pair I should fill in. See, Erica's run on column 2 is blue. I don't see why yet. Oh, right. Blues in row 9. These two blues need to appear in row 9, and so that can be one of them. That has to be the other. Very, very clever very clever spot. So that's not a 9. And so, so one of these is blue, but who knows which one? Right. And so Sayori has a good point, which is that these are all the same parity, and now that parity is not blue. So these are all the parity of orange. And once these are all orange, now these are all blue to finish the column. Now that's all the blues for the column, so these aren't blue. They're orange. And now this is orange to finish the box. The 1 needs to go here. If the two things on the Renbon aren't if the two things aren't on the Renbon are orange, they need to be 8, 9. Which makes that a 7. Makes that not a 7. These are a 2, 3. Let's see. I don't think I know anything about those, but I'm going to fill it in anyway. I'm going to fill in these as blue as well. And fill in 1, 2, 3, and then update appropriately. Let's see. Right. Here we have a blue and an orange. And so that's a blue-orange pair. That finishes the oranges, and so that cell is blue. Good spot to Eric there. So now this cell I know is orange because there's a blue here and a blue here and a blue here. So I need an orange to finish the box. So that is orange. I'm debating if I want to fill in things like that. I know this isn't. I thought I knew something. Maybe I don't know anything. Good point. Okay, so we know one of these two is 4, and Garion points out, because one of these two is 4, I actually know what digit shows up here, because it's not a 6, it's 5. So the middle digit up here is a 5. And that is actually huge, because now that that's a 5, that has to be the 4. And that's the 5, and the 4, and the 5. That's always one of those magical things where it feels like you just invented information out of nowhere, because you're like, okay, well, I know one of these is a 4. I know one of these is a 5. Okay, because this couldn't be the 4, it's just sort of, It always feels magical to me when you get to make that kind of deduction. So this is a 6. Not a 6. Oh, it's also not a 4. It's a 5 and a 4, and a 6 and a 4. Okay, I'm being told row 3, column 9 is a naked single blue. Yes, it sees all the oranges in the row and all the yellows in the column, so it's blue. Very good spot to J40 there. I know one of these two is a 5. I don't know which one. I don't think. Oh, I do know, actually. Because there's a 5 in each of these cells, so there's 2 5s in those cells. So I can't also put a 5 there. That would be a third 5. So that's a 5. So now I need to put a 4 into this row. Can't go there anymore. So this is the yellow, and it's 4. And now this row needs a blue, which is going to go there. So now this cell, I know what color it is. It's orange, because I know that the 3 colors that aren't on the entropic line are all different, so that's an orange. So as soon as that's an orange, then I know all of these are yellow, actually, which is huge. So once all those are yellow, that's a 5, that's a 6, that's a 4. I'll just redundantly fill in that that's 7, 8, 9, if no one minds. Let's see. There's at least one blue on this this Renbon, so there's at least a 3 on it somewhere. And there's not a 1. Let's see. What else am I meant to be squinting at here? Let's see. I'm just revisiting all my quads. I know one of these two is an 8. So, because one of those two is an 8, this is a 7 or a 9. So the orange is a 7. Two blues on it. I think I'm missing something, some piece of Jay's insight here. Yeah, there needs to be a 6 here, so this is blue or orange. Oh, I was way off by then. Okay, right. So in this row, I have another yellow. So there is an orange on here, but there's also a blue. So this is an orange-blue pair. And so there are 2 blues on this and 1 orange. And the orange, therefore, as exactly as Jay says, is a 7. So the 1 orange is a 7, which means that these aren't 7. Which is cool. Does it do anything? So this is a 2 or a 3 because there's 2 blues on it. 7 in column 7 looks up. Ah, the 7 in column 7 does look up. Okay, so therefore that's a 7. Beautiful use of the earlier cluing. So this I know is an 8 or a 9. This I know is blue, and is therefore also a 2 or a 3. One of these, therefore, is the 1, so that's not a 1. It's a 2 or a 3. Row 2, column 1 is not a 3, then. Oh, right, because if this is, if this were a 3, it would put the 7... Sorry, no, Right. The point is one of these two is 7, and 3 can't go next to a 7. Sorry, I was going to make that more complicated. It did not need to be more complicated. It's just one of these two is a 7, so it can't be next to a 3. And now where is 7 in box 9? 7 in box 9 is now here exactly. The blue digit in this row is a 2. So one of these is a 2, which means these aren't 2. So those are 1 or 3. I'm going to pencil mark for posterity in case it becomes useful at some point. Maybe one of these chocolate teapot triples will turn into something useful. This is also 1, 2. That's a good point. So the low here is a 3. Let's see. If there's a 7 on this at all, it goes over here. Oh, there is a 7 on... No, this could be the 7. No, it can't. Okay, what if this Renbon doesn't have a 7 on it? Then the outies are 7, 8, 9. Well, that's not possible, because that would put 4 oranges here. So there is a 7 on this Renbon. Therefore, the 7 on this Renbon needs to go here. Just by sudoku. It's ruled out of every other place. So that's a 7. So that, I think, was the key step that I was missing. That's an 8. That's a 9. That's an 8. That's a 9. This now is blue, because all the oranges have gone. So this is a 1 or a 2. That 9 looks up here and says that's not the 9 at the very least. And now the 2 quad works. Now the 2 quad does what it's supposed to. One of these two is a 2. And as soon as one of these two is a 2, this one's not a 2, so it's a 3. That's a 2. And as soon as that's a 2, that's a 1. And that's a 2. And that's a 1. This is a 2-3 pair. So the way this works is one of these is a 7 with a 1, 2 next to it. And then I guess then we'll just have an 8, 9. Yeah, maybe that's not as... Oh, the 3 looks back over. Never mind. I was trying to do some really complicated way to figure out which way this works, but it doesn't work. Anyway, that's a 7, because 7 can't go next to 3 on a German Whispers. We will attempt not to too terribly overcomplicate this. Unsuccessfully, as always, but we'll try. So that is a 1. Right there. So one of these is low. But I don't know which one. Tristan is encouraging me now to think about column 9. Like, for example... this 3 looking down at the 1, which gives me the 2 and the 3 and the 2 and the 1 and the 3. And that's not a 2 anymore, so that is the 2. And so this is the orange. It is an 8 or a 9, and it's not an 8, so it's a 9. And that's an 8 and a 9 and an 8 and a 9 and an 8 and a 9 and a 7. 9 looks over. You didn't see anything. There was never any a 0 in the grid. What are you talking about? Let's see. Dinner-driven hinting. Okay. That cell can't be an 8. So, and it can't be a 9 either. Okay, so this is not an 8 or a 9 or a 7. This is no high digit. It sees every high digit. So this is blue. So this is a 2 or a 3. So this is either 8 if it's orange. Oh, it can't be orange. No, it could be orange. Never mind. I don't think I know whether it's orange or not. Oh, where does 9 go in box 5? That's a good question. 9 in box 5 goes exactly here. So this isn't blue. It's 9. Yeah, so these are like 2, 3, 8, I suppose. One of these has to be, these are different. One of them has to be orange, and it's got to be an 8, and it can only go there. Excuse me. So that's an 8, and that's a 3. And that lets me do the coloring. 1, 2, 3, that's blue. And that's orange. And if I want to, I can also fill in the digit that's a 7 and that's a 1. So that's a 2 and a 1. So this digit must be a 3 then. Thank you, thank you. So that is a blue 3, and that's a 2, and that's not blue anymore. It's an 8. So lots of good stuff. Let's see. Okay, so I should probably fill in what these are. They are a 3, which needs to go here, and a 6, which needs to go there. And so that 6 bounces over to there. The blue bounces there. Now I look at this row. Oh, I look at this column and see that this isn't orange anymore. It's blue. And look at this column and see that this isn't blue. It's orange. And now I can probably fill in some digits if I try very hard. So one of these two needs to be a 6. It's not that one. It's that one. One of these two needs to be a 5. Apparently, it's not that one. It's that one. So that's a 4 and a 5. This needs to be low, so it's a 3. This needs to be low, so it's a 2. This is now a 1. This is now an 8. So this 4 looks down and sees a 5 and a 4. The 4 looks over, that's a 6 and a 4. Great! That was super fun. I really enjoyed that one. Definitely you knew you were playing to your audience there by throwing whispers and Renbon and entropic lines at me, because those are always favorites of mine. It was a super good puzzle, Math Pesto. Very, very nice. I fear that the Zeta plays DDR threshold for the donations is much higher. I'm not claiming it doesn't exist, but it's 10,000 subscribers. Alrighty, well that's going to be the stream for today. So just a reminder, if you're a regular Ranks viewer, Ranks is on vacation today. I think he'll be back tomorrow. if you're interested in the Outer Wilds, my first video of playing Outer Wilds is already posted. Tristan and I are going to hop back in and play more Outer Wilds on Monday, so if you want to join us to see that, and just see the disaster that me attempting to pilot the spaceship is, I encourage it. And we'll be back on Wednesday with more Sudoku stuff. Anyway, if you haven't subscribed to the stream yet, please do. If you didn't like the stream today, please do. It's funny to say if you didn't like the stream, please do. But anyway, please hit the like button. There we go. There we go. That's how I should say it. I care more whether you press the button than whether you had a good time. But anyway, if you have feedback or suggestions, feel free to send them on YouTube. I'm especially always interested in hearing from people who are newer to Sudoku on like things you'd like to hear explained. I'm happy to explain things in greater detail or whatever. Just let me know. Great puzzles all around today. I had fun. I hope you all had fun as well. And I look forward to seeing you for more puzzles on Wednesday. So have a great night. I'm going to go have dinner. See, but Andrew, that's conditional. I want them to press the like button regardless of their personal opinions about it. I care most about the hitting the button. But I mean, I want you to have a good time too, but you know, that's secondary. Anyway, I'm going to go have dinner. Have a wonderful day / night / morning, whatever time it is in your part of the world, and I will see you soon. Thanks for watching. Oh, and a special thank you again to all of our supporters. I didn't actually say thank you to our supporters, but then the screen popped up and I was like, yes, thank you to those of you who support us on YouTube or Patreon, and a special thank you to our turbines who are our top tier supporters. Those are David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, and Woofer. Thank you very much to all of you. You really make this stream possible. Anyway, thank you so much. Now, really, thanks for watching. I'll see you soon.